establish your suitability or otherwise in holding the docket to which you have been nominated. You will testify on oath, and I invite you to take an oath. We have the Bible, the Quran, and you may choose to affirm. Which one do you prefer?
The Bible.
You may be upstanding. Take the Bible in your right hand, and you will read the standard oath.
I, Andrew Mohia Karanja, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under this consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Dr. Karanja, welcome. This is a committee of Parliament, National Assembly, that has the constitutional and statutory mandate to vet nominees to offices of cabinet secretaries. And here today, you are before this committee, and the chairman of the committee, Speaker of the National Assembly. With me on my right is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Gladys Boss. On my left is our Clerk to National Assembly, One Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to introduce themselves. Naisula
Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nelson Arap Koech, MP Belgood Constituency.
I'm David Kosing, MP Poko South.
Kikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Mary Massa, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, North Imenti, Meru County.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza and Trans Nzoia County. George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency, Tharaka Nithi County.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, MP Saku. Abdi Shurie, MP Balabala.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
I'm Caleb Mrs. Sabot.
The rest are our staff supporting the process, and the ladies and gentlemen flicking behind us are the fourth estates covering the proceedings. Now we'll start, Bwana Karanja, by inviting you to tell us who you are. In about 5 minutes, you may introduce yourself, name, educational background, work experience, any key competences that make you suitable for this appointment. When you finish your introduction, you hand over your documents to the sergeant to give to the clerk. So as we go on, he will cross-check with what we have to see whether they correspond. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, sir, and honorable members. My name is Dr. Andrew Mohia Karanja. And before I start, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank His Excellency the President for nominating me to be the cabinet, if approved, to be the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. I was born 62 years ago in Gatondo North, currently Gatondo North constituency in Kiambu County, and I also took my primary education in locality, then went on to secondary schools in Kiambu County, Uthero and Githega High School, And in 1984, I joined the University of Nairobi for a bachelor's degree in agriculture, which I graduated in 1987. And thereafter, I went back to the same university for a master's degree in agriculture economics, graduating in 1991. And also, I have a PhD in development economics from Wageningen University in Netherlands. So as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I have the requisite academic qualification, having mostly related to agriculture and rural development. After my academics, my professional career started in earnest in 1987 as an extension officer in Baringo. So I know the ranks. I know the ranks of the sector. And then after masters, I also worked briefly as a planning officer in the Ministry of Agriculture, and also as a lecturer at the then Embu Institute of Agriculture. So I have worked in that in the public sector in that manner. And then from there, I joined the then Coffee Research Foundation, Roiro, as an agriculture officer, where I worked for a solid 11 years as an agriculture economist and head of department. In those days were the days when the initial coffee reforms were started, when the coffee market was opened up, milling was opened up. So we did a lot of work in that area. And then from Coffee Research Foundation, I joined policy research. I joined the Mayo Institute of Egerton University, where I worked for about 1.5 years, doing mainly work on policy on dairy. And it was seminal work which was informed the liberalization of the dairy sector. And then my career, I went on to join the World Bank in Nairobi as a senior agriculture economist and task team leader for the portfolio in Kenya, working also in Tanzania, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Rwanda, but mainly in Kenya. And during my tenure in World Bank, I had the privilege to lead some of the programs, the big programs in agriculture from the World Bank, which supported the government in various areas, including reforms which came into being in the policy shift that created, and the legal reform that created Agriculture Food Authority, the Kenya Agriculture Research Livestock Organization, CARO. And also, through those programs, I interacted very highly with the then cabinet secretaries and permanent secretaries in the ministry. So I have quite a knowledge in terms of what the government operations, in terms of interaction. The programs also I supported, championed and supported the introduction of, for instance, the commodity fund, the coffee fund, which later became the commodity fund, the agriculture insurance and the livestock insurance. So I had quite a good interaction in that area. Since I left the World Bank in 2014, end of 2014, and went to consultancy. And in between those consultancies, mainly I was dealing with programs in agriculture sector and evaluation and impact assessment. So I'm more rounded in terms of that professional side. Also, I had the opportunity in the last, let's say 2016, I had the opportunity to be appointed by His Excellency the President to serve in the coffee task force, which had to do, reviewed what the reforms which are necessary in the coffee subsector. So that, in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, sir, is my background.
Very good. Now we'll invite members to ask questions. I expect from you clear, succinct, precise, and concise answers to the questions that will be put to you. And there could be supplementary questions to main questions depending on how you answer. The first to go will be the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will ask Dr. Karanja. I want you to tell us what you think about this on the topic of genetically modified organisms, GMOs, where there's two arguments. One, that it would boost crop production in the country, but there's also another group that are worried about health concerns, and there is also another group that is worried about seed sovereignty for the country. We know that Kenya has spent billions of shillings at Kenyatta University, where they have a lab where they've been manufacturing GMOs year in, year out, even for other neighboring countries. So what would you do to implement the Biosafety Act and ensuring that it is implemented and that people are able to make an informed choice, or what policy you would champion should you be confirmed? Secondly, on the topic that's dear to me, the topic of pesticides, we have 267 banned pesticides available in Kenya, manufactured in Europe and North America, but not used in those countries, but are only manufactured for the sole purpose of export to African countries that accept it. This has been something that has been at the table, had a successful petition in Parliament, took it to the Ministry of Agriculture, and recently, even with your immediate predecessor, to try and ensure that those products are removed from our market because they have been confirmed to cause cancer, and people have even paid billions of shillings in North America in damages for developing cancer as a result of that use. What will you do? Can Kenyans have an assurance that you will save them? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, the Deputy Speaker, for your two questions. On the GMO and the Biosafety Act, this is a topical issue. I would say it's a very topical issue. We know that in order for us to increase some of the interventions through the GMO can increase our productivity in agriculture. But as rightly as you say, there are concerns about food safety. So if I'm approved by this House and committee, I will look at the issue. I know already there are GMOs which are already being applied, especially on BT cotton. That is already in the country. What is really the issue is where there is food consumption. And we need to balance between the safety and what needs to be done. But I will go ahead and do what is supposed to be done, especially given the Biosafety Act. It has guidelines on how to go about it in terms of labeling, in terms of making sure that the scientific evidence which is there is utilized to arrive at a decision which everybody in Kenya will be happy about. So I will go ahead and confront the issue and given the evidence on the table, do what is required according to the Biosafety Act. On pesticides, which are banned from use, I know they have caused a lot of havoc in terms of even some of threatening some of even our exports. For instance, you find in horticulture exports, the residues, some of them are coming from these banned pesticides. I will not hesitate, if approved, to become the CS to ban them. I don't see why they should be in our list. We should not be taking poison. Kenyans should not be taking poison. Thank you.
Before the next questioner, from your intensive and extensive research, far and wide, are GMO food products safe for human consumption without qualification?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would say some yes, but some no. So it's a mixed bag.
Such as?
For example, I know that some of the products we are using, like soya from those countries, are good GMOs. But the others which you need to be taken, especially where genetic engineering is used, you need to be a bit careful. So that is why we are saying the scientific evidence should be used. The Biosafety Act should be followed closely because it has safeguards also, what we need to do and what we cannot do. Thank you.
May I tell him something?
Yes.
So should you be confirmed, I will definitely be at your office to ensure that those pesticides are banned. And I think I have several witnesses here. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Ichungwa?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He's from Kiambu, but not from Alliance.
And not from Kikuyu for sure. My name is Kemani Shongwa. Dr. Karanja, I see you have a very impressive CV and a very rich background in agriculture. And you've spoken at length on your experience, even in the setup of when you were with the World Bank on AFA, work you have done in the dairy sector, Coffee Research Foundation in Ruiru. I was waiting to hear if there is anything to do with livestock development and wondering whether you have done any work around livestock development, because if you have taken time to read the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, it had a lot to do with increasing productivity right from the leather value chain on the livestock side. I was just looking at your CV and wondering whether you have any experience or anything you have done on the livestock side. Two, the extensive work you've done in the crop development area, whether in coffee or all the other areas I've seen from your CV, and very good papers you seem to have written in these areas. Other than consultancy in advising government from the World Bank, have you directly worked with the public sector or in the public sector, except the 1.5 years in Tegemeo? Not Tegemeo is a policy research institute at Egerton University. And I saw many Kenyans, when you were nominated, purporting that you used to be the personal assistant to the former cabinet secretary, Mithika Linturi. Were you, or have you said you have worked with cabinet secretaries? Were you Mithika Linturi's personal assistant at any point, or have you worked with him in the ministry? Two, you have definitely heard about the fertilizer subsidy program and the scandals that came out of it. I'd want to hear how you intend to handle the what are called the cartels in Kilimo House, especially around the supply of fertilizer, how you intend to deal with that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable member. Thank you, Majority Leader. Well, first of all, in terms of livestock development, yes, I have also some experience in livestock development. My thesis in the University of Nairobi, my MSc thesis was on cattle breeding. So that is an area. I also did a lot of work when I was in Tegemeo. Actually, I did work on reviewing the policies on dairy sector. So I'm well conversant with the livestock development. In my consultancy work, I've also worked in all the counties, especially in ASALs, evaluating programs managed by EU and other agencies in the livestock sector. In the public, you also inquired about how I've interacted with the public sector. And I want to point out that I started, as I mentioned in the beginning, I started as an extension officer. So from the grassroots, I went all the way to become a plant program. And yes, there are cartels. There was issues the last season, in terms of the quality of the fertilizer, the distribution of the fertilizer. And I would handle, if approved by this committee and the House, this is one of the areas which I would like to work hands-on to make sure that the farmers are getting the right fertilizer at the right time and the quality is okay. And the cartels, what happens is that cartels thrive where there is lack of competition and openness. I would make sure that there is openness and the integrity is maintained in the procurement of these inputs. Two, is the issue about making sure that I have a governance structure which you guide the way fertilizers are procured, the way they are distributed, by having a multi-agency system which can check on some of these cartels and make sure that any untold thing, especially on quality, like involving KEBS at the beginning, so that we are sure that the fertilizer we are procuring is also in good quality. The other element is also to kind of remove the focus, too much focus on the central procurement. And this is what is being touted as you can go into what we call the voucher system, where the farmers can even go. Eventually, they can be able to procure the fertilizers from other agencies apart from NCPB. So there, the government doesn't have to procure. So you remove away the concentration too much in Kilimo House, so that farmers are able to procure from agro dealers eventually. Thank you.
Yes, Jeanette, you will pass.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee. And I've looked at him very, very keenly, Mr. Speaker, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, the question that's worrying me is that the biggest problem in this country in terms of when we approve people here and in terms of governance is the Ministry of Agriculture. There have been problems from the last 5-7 years I was in Parliament, from the previous ministers to the one that we approved here who are 30 cases, plus now the PhD holder who has arrived here. Mr. Speaker, I want this nominee just to prove to this committee how he is going to deal with these cartels and this corruption in agriculture. Because if we were to describe corruption in government in form of a home, the bedroom of corruption in government is Ministry of Agriculture. The rest are sitting rooms, servant quarters, and other small places. And you know, Mr. Speaker, having a PhD and dealing with corruption, having a PhD and dealing with corruption are two different things. So now that's one thing I want him to illustrate, even physically if he can, how he's going to deal how he's going to deal with corrupt people in that place. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, how is he going also, because fertilizer is one of the biggest problems when it comes to corruption also. How are you going to work with the industries locally here to develop a fertilizer manufacturing program within the country here so that this issue of importation of fertilizer can end? So if you can prove those two things, for me, I'll be satisfied, because I know after 1 year, you will be walking jobless in the street, I can assure you. I can tell you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Jeanette, for your questions. I know dealing with cartels is a big issue, and there are many formats and very many forms. But if I am approved by this House and this committee, I'm saying I'm giving a notice on cartels. Notice that they will be out of business. In the fact that my background is that, and one of the principles which I hold very dear is integrity, not to be compromised. And the other principle I hold very dear is having the country's and the farmers' interest first. So I will deal with them. We will do whatever it takes.
Utatembea na nyundo.
I will do whatever it takes, Mr. Speaker, to deal with them, putting systems in place, as I said, governance structures, making sure that I involve all the agencies of the government. I'm sure the government of Kenya is capable of and have agencies which can deal with these cartels, and I will be in the forefront for that.
Nelson,
on the development of the fertilizer, it's a good one, because we need to develop the local industry. What is happening today is that most of the manufacturers we have are for bleeding. They are not for manufacturing of fertilizer. And it will be good to explore further whether they can, apart from bleeding, which is important, because we need to blend for coffee, we need to blend for tea, we need to blend for various crops, we need also to go a step further and do the manufacturing of the fertilizer. So if I'm approved, this is one of the agenda I would like to pursue.
Nelson Koech.
Thank you, Speaker. Daktari, there is a crisis in the tea sector. Tea prices at the Mombasa auction were on a downward trend in 2022, forcing the government to establish a minimum reserve price of 2.6 USD for teas from the east of the Rift and USD 2.4 for teas from the west of the Rift. This initiative was aimed to stabilizing the market and addressing the declining tea prices at the Mombasa auction. However, the current pricing structure has resulted in several millions of teas being unsold, thus resulting in stagnating in warehouses and facilities. What strategies will you employ to alleviate this situation? Additionally, is the government interference in the manner necessary in a free market, and how can it be balanced to ensure that market stability without causing an adverse effect?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Nelson Koech. Yes, I'm seized by this issue about the minimum price, which has been set of $2.65 US and 2.4, and that unattended what I would call effects, which is the piling up of the tea in the warehouses in Mombasa. This is a serious issue because it affects the incomes of our farmers, of tea farmers, and the intention was good, but I think going forward we have to review that policy. It has to be reviewed with all the facts on the table. I would take the charge when if approved that if necessary we don't have to create this price setting. We have to say let it go so that it is a free market, but it needs to be carefully, cautiously done so that it doesn't impact negatively on the incomes of our farmers. So I will review that policy of the pricing, whether we need a market-driven or a setting price in the tea sector. Thank you.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. And at least the nominee in his 62 years has at least found some time to find motivation or work with in public service. Not like others who are going for retirement and they're forced to join public service. So my question to the nominee is this. Is coming in at a time when we can view or see agriculture as dead, which is actually supposed to be the backbone of this country. But the sector is dead. And what I mean, Honorable Speaker, is if you look at outlet, which is market of agriculture, is dead. All manufacturing or value addition to motivate farmers to do their farming is dead. If you go to maize, the outlet or the market is dead. If you go to pyrethrum, we used to do very well in my constituency, and for the nominee, West Pokot also grows pyrethrum at one point. But the exit or market is dead. You go to milk, is dead. Tea is dead. And you have been in public service, and suppose this committee and parliament approves you, I would like to know what you are going to do to improve this sector, particularly the value addition. Because if there's no value addition, then there's no motivation for farmers to do farming. What are you doing farming for? You don't get any money. And therefore, maybe you need to tell this committee, then how will you treat this market or outlet so that it can motivate now farmers and your work will be more easier. Number two, agriculture is basically devolved. Almost 100% devolved. It's almost like health. So in this sector, we are interviewing you, and yet the backbone of agriculture is at the county level, which the National Assembly cannot access. So how will you work if you are approved? Because unless you work with counties, then your work will be theoretical, and maybe now dealing with cartels, or even those cartels might also change you to become a cartel. And as Honorable Judith says, you might find yourself no job in a year. What would you want? Would you like to propose a nexus between yourself or national government with county governments, like for example having a summit between the Minister for Agriculture and all ministers of counties' agricultures, like having a summit, maybe 3 months, maybe 4 months. Like in health, doctors have succeeded to link national government with county governments, but there's no link within agriculture, national level and county level. What will you do in those 2 areas? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Dr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Kosin, for that. Yes, I agree with you. There's the challenge of agriculture as it looks at the moment. Because when you look through the figures and the statistics, it indicates that despite agriculture being the backbone of our economy, we are not doing very well. When it comes to even our exports, we are not doing well. We are importing a lot of food into this country, almost worth about $4 billion. A lot of food in terms of when it comes to wheat, rice, edible oils. So we have a tall order in terms of going forward. And food security sometimes is threatened when it comes to maize production. But the last season has proved, for instance, that with good interventions like the subsidized fertilizer, despite the problems, we can still have food security, where we produce over 48 million bags, and farmers are able to, and the country is able to have semblance, a good food security. So I would first of all approach food security as one of the key areas in terms of making sure the farmers have, when approved, the farmers have those inputs, like especially the fertilizer, as indicated before. The food security is also about making sure that those inputs are delivered on time and they are good quality. And the other issue, which is related to your second question, is apart from inputs, farmers need services. And these services are to be provided according to the Constitution. These are functions which are devolved, like extension. Extension, I would dare say that where I started those years ago, I feel pained to see what is happening. Extension, as we know it, is dead.
Completely.
Yes, it is dead. You go to the farmers have left to be their own devices. They don't know what to do. And agriculture is about technology. Without the appropriate technology, you can do very little in terms of productivity. So this issue about engaging the counties will be, if I'm approved, will be one of my greatest and clearest priority, in that I'll use all the structures which are provided, the intergovernmental structures, to engage the counties, to see what we can do, capacity build them, to fill the gaps. I was also thinking about even what is happening with the health sector, the model where the government, the national government has the health promoters. Can we have agri promoters working in the counties from national government? So those are areas which will be, as it has been suggested by Honorable Kosin, we can have a summit where we can dwell on these issues with the agriculture committees of the House, so that we move forward, because without extension and delivery of services, we are just doing the margins. We are not doing very, very much. We need support to our farmers. Thank you very much.
You are aware that formulation of agricultural policy, even where it's devolved, is still vested in you. So you have to formulate proper policies and cascade them down to the counties. Gikaria?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just want to follow up on what Kosin was saying on devolution in agriculture. There are so many state agencies and regional developments which are duplicating what is being done at the county level. My question is, what concrete plans are you going to put in place to avoid that duplicity of functions and wastage? Secondly, unemployment is a huge concern in this country. What policies are you intending to bring to the ministry to encourage the young Kenyans to venture into agricultural activity as a form of employment and engagement in terms of to reduce the unemployment aspect in the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Gekaria. The duplication is because one of the biggest challenges in every sector is coordination. If you don't have good coordination, the duplication will occur. For instance, I'm sure, and if I'm approved, the sector which I'm going to, the ministry, has about 36 parastatals. Very many of them doing various things. But are they coordinated? Are they tuned to the priorities of the sector? I think that is my challenge as the incoming CS, if I am approved, to make sure that they are tuned to what is the priorities of the sector. Because I think some of them are not, they are doing their mandate and they are semi-autonomous, but we need to work as a team, to work towards a certain goal. So apart from coordinating with counties, there are also inter-ministerial coordination which is required to make sure that those parastatals and agencies are working towards the laid down priorities. Employment. Agriculture is the biggest sector in our economy. I'm quite aware of that. And without agriculture absorbing some of our youth, it will be a very big task for the economy to do so. So we will be, if I'm approved in this by this committee, I will endeavor to make sure that the youth are taken care of, especially by when we are implementing all the interventions which are identified under the bottom-up transition, the better. Be it in leather, be it in dairy, be it in the crops like rice and everything, the value chains, all those value chains, we will get the nodes where the youth have to come in to create jobs for them and to make sure that they are meaningful jobs where they can be engaged right from the grassroots all the way. So the value chains approach is the way to go, and I will promote it and make it very clear that we are even monitoring how the youth are getting whether the youth are getting engaged. Thank you.
Mary. Honorable Mary Massey.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, let me take
Chair.
Naisula first.
Oh, okay.
I skipped you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Thank
Mary.
you. Thank you, Speaker. Dr. Karanja, listening to you and the comments that most of my colleagues have raised about agriculture being devolved, and even you saying that the extension services at the counties are dead, it is because the Ministry of Agriculture at the national level, you're also involving yourself in devolved matters than doing your work, which should mostly be policy, and collaborating with the counties to see that those policies are implemented and those extension services are working. Because I do not understand why the county governments are providing seeds, they are doing, they are providing all that to the farmers, but fertilizer, you keep it at Kilimo. Is it a cash cow for the minister, for the PS, for the cartels there? Why are you leaving fertilizer at the national level instead of dealing with matters policy, which is your main core mandate? And when you talk about functions being devolved, resources should then follow those functions so that then the county governments are able to work and not the money remaining here in the capital in Nairobi. The second issue is the issue of livestock farming. We talk about coffee sector reforms, tea sector reforms, even pyrethrum and cotton have a board. Livestock we do not have in this country. People who wake up every morning thinking and implementing issues to do with livestock. Botswana is one of the best countries in livestock farming, implemented by Kenyans. They're the ones who went to do livestock issues in Botswana. So I want to know what you're going to do to see to it that livestock farming is taken seriously. Instead of taxing Kenyans, make money through livestock farming. Lastly, on the Livestock Bill 2024, what will you do as a cabinet secretary to communicate properly what it is all about, because we are already seeing a lot of things flying right, left, and center. What strategies will you put in place to ensure you communicate to the public efficiently on the Livestock Bill 2024 and taking their views in? Thank you.
Yes, nominee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Raisuda. The issue about, yes, interfering with the mandate of the national government and the intergovernmental, I would like to say that if I'm nominated, approved by this committee, I'm a firm believer in devolution. As I said earlier, if you want sustainable development of agriculture, the counties have to take their role seriously, and they have to work. They have to work. There is no other way. I'm a development economist, and I know that if you don't have structure, institutional framework to support you to do a sustainable development, it will never work. So the counties have to take their mandate. They have to take their roles, give those services. The national government have to take its role of the ministry where I'm going, if I am approved, the role of policy, the role of regulatory, and also research. Those are the mandates which are to the national government. But the counties have to take that role. And I will do whatever will be in my power to make sure that those delineation and that it becomes very clear. In terms of even fertilizer, that's why I said eventually, gradually, the way to go is to make sure that you decentralize. The procurement should not be done centrally. It should be done with agro dealers. Those are business people who can be able to do procurement, and they do it as part of their business. The government can come in and subsidize and give the vouchers. So I am, as I indicated, and I would like to repeat again, I am a firm believer in that issue about sustainable development through counties. Livestock. Yes, livestock is a very critical area. Is one of the critical areas, because if I'm approved, I'll have two state departments: agriculture and livestock. And livestock has a great potential in terms of being able to the livelihoods, especially in ASAL areas. And Honorable Member Isuda is to say that I'm lucky that when I'm coming in, if I come in, there is a livestock bill which has been published, and the livestock policy which has been published. So the livestock bill is trying to cure the lacuna which was there, in that we do not have agencies which are promoting livestock matters in the country. So it will create, for instance, try to regulate what is happening in breeding, animal feeds, which members know that there are a lot of issues with animal feeds, quality and others. Create a livestock marketing board, which will be promoting livestock. A research organization dedicated to livestock, although it is between cattle. And institutes, I was surprised to learn that some of the institutes in livestock, like Haiti, which we know, don't have legal status. They are created by, so the livestock bill is trying to do that. And there are issues which are coming through, I know, misinformation, which you would be dealing with, so that when it comes for the necessary hearings and the public hearing, those issues are dealt with. So I think I will give it a lot of priority, the livestock bill, and so that by the time, maybe by next year, we will have some of these institutions in place. Thank you.
Marina.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the nominee. The country has suffered recurrent drought, flooding, as occasioned by climate change. In the process, we've lost a lot of livestock, through starvation, millions of livestock. We've also lost crops through flooding. Some are washed away. Even the crops that manage to survive do not perform well because of too much water. My question is, what mitigation measures can you put in place to reduce the loss of livestock during future droughts? What compensation measures or strategies would you be able to put in place? Because we know that we have livestock insurance, at least areas, livestock farmers can be compensated. What about crops, farmers that lose crops? What are your thoughts? Secondly, in the agricultural sector, we have so many youths who are trained, degrees in agriculture, even PhD in agriculture, extension officer trained but jobless, so many of them. I don't know if you're aware of that. And we need to be deliberate in employment creation. If you are successful and you become the Minister of Agriculture, what deliberate measures are you going to put in place to ensure that you deliberately placing resources in programs that will create opportunities for these young people? Thank you.
Let's take another one. Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. To the nominee, he has mentioned he has been in the coffee sector in the task force. What I would want to put to him is the coffee sector is in turmoil. Prices and theft at the coffee factories are rampant. We need to probably develop new varieties and value addition for coffee. What would be your position on that? Secondly, the Kenya Kwanza government, I believe, they talked about guaranteed minimum returns. And I've seen you have worked with the Kilimo Biashara as well. What would be your take on guaranteed minimum returns for all our products? Lastly, there is a bill I'm co-sponsoring, the Livestock Theft Bill, which is in Parliament. Apparently, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock has got what is coming up, but instead of them bringing it to Parliament, they say that has to stop before we bring ours. So if you do get confirmed, would you be willing even to be assisted by members of Parliament bringing bills and not stopping bills because the ministry is going to bring? When it is going to bring, we do not know. So those are the few things I would want you to answer.
Go ahead, Dr. Karanja.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mary, the issue about livestock and climate change. Climate change is a definite threat to agriculture and many other sectors, including energy and others. And it has to be dealt with. Measures have to be taken. And in particular, when you go to livestock, especially where it is practiced in the arid and semi-arid areas, that is where climate change is becoming a big issue due to the persistent droughts. And we have to invest in mitigation and adaptation measures in those areas. For instance, if you go to the northeast counties, Isiolo, Mwajiam, and others, you realize that over time the pastoralists have started to realize that pasture conservation is one of the areas which they can invest in. They used to graze and then go. But through interventions, through various programs, you can now see hay being sold in those areas. So some of these mitigation measures are going to be there, especially to change their lifestyle. So that they adopt measures like pasture conservation, and if approved, I am going to promote programs which you do the adaptation and especially for livestock sector. For crops, It's also the same. We need measures which, varieties which are resistant or drought tolerant, varieties which are higher temperature, can withstand higher temperatures, so that as the docket of research is within my mandate, if approved, I will also emphasize on that. We have also to take, for instance, the Kenya Kwanza agenda of planting trees. That is one area where we need to emphasize, because trees, agroforestry and others, is one of the measures which we can be able to mitigate the effects of the climate change. Then in agriculture, I'll also be working closely, if I'm approved, with my counterparts in irrigation. Our agriculture is rain-fed. It is prone to that calamity which occurs. Issue about the youth. I indicated earlier that yes, I'm quite aware of this particular challenge of jobless youth in the country, in the rural areas and everywhere else. And if I'm approved, my undertaking is that, whatever we are doing in all the value chains, the issue about the youth, women, PWDs, people living with disabilities, will be taken care of. Not just taken care of, but we will go out of our way to make sure that and monitor clearly that we are taking care of the youth, the women, and people with disability. Honorable Dawood, the coffee industry. As you have rightfully indicated, I started my career there as an economist. I have also served in the task force and other. Yes, I know there are issues, very major issues in the coffee industry, including legislative ones, the bill, the policy, which are still pending. This will be low-hanging fruits. I will be able to handle them if I'm approved, so that we move forward. New varieties and thefts. I work with collaboration with, especially for theft, I work with the collaboration with the interior, so that we are able to see how best we can handle the coffee thefts. Because the coffee thefts are usually promoted and kind of gotten mainly from maybe insider jobs or people who have licenses who can be able to dispose of the coffee. Because you cannot buy coffee. Where do you take it? It has to be that you have a license, you can be able to dispose. So it is something which, with working together with the Ministry of Interior, we will be able to handle. So I will approach it from the policy point of view, having the policy, and I'm also aware that there is a coffee bill which is before Parliament or Senate. I'm here to take the position very well. So I'll go ahead and do whatever it takes to make sure that that is done. Minimum guaranteed returns for farmers. This is the campaign and Kenya Kwanza in the plan. It needs to be looked into because it involves a lot of, from an economic point of view, it involves a lot of resources. In terms of if you want to guarantee the coffee, tea, you want to guarantee maize, you want. So this one I would say that if I am approved, I will set up the necessary structures to make sure that I get good professional advice on this particular issue and the best way to go forward. But I know it is very important to our farmers. It was in the plan, the Kenya Kwanza plan, so we have to move forward, but cautiously so that we are not, given our financial situation, that we don't overcommit. The livestock and the bills, I would like to handle it from where you, Honorable Dawood, you said, if I'm approved as a cabinet secretary, working with the National Assembly and Senate and members of the honorable members. Whenever a bill, you don't have to oppose a bill because it is coming from another quarter. If it is something which is good, it is bringing something of value on the table, the best approach will be you look and you consult and you do the consultation so that you agree on a common position. You you improve on what you have. If it is a bill brought by a private member's motion, you see what is bringing on the table. If the ministry has something else to add, you add. So it is a collaborative effort. I would approach it that way.
Ferdinand.
Thank you very much. Dr. Karanja, you have promised, and please go by that promise, that if you are actually approved by this House, then of course you're going to put some workable and various interventions in the system to be able to move forward as a sector, agricultural sector. One, I want to ask you, what are you going to do? We have failed. There are some projects you actually failed. Kalana Gulalu is one of them that this House or that the Parliament actually put in a lot of efforts, but it is failed. I want you to tell me what you are going to do. Because you are saying the moment we approve you, you're going to get some of the things that have failed. Two, out here, and I think it's a common knowledge, there's a lot of land fragmentation. They're cutting land, reducing the workable land. Agricultural land is actually being subdivided. I'm afraid 20 years to come, maybe you and I won't be there. 20 years to come, there'll be no land for cultivation in this country. And I think I had a chance to go to some of the places like Denmark, where land is actually put aside. So what are you going to do about that to be able to at least stop this fragmentation of the land, subdividing? Of course, if I have like 4 children, each one of them must have a piece of land. Lastly and not least, the most important thing is that agriculture. You have promised, and I hope you live up to your promise. There's irrigation. Irrigation in this country, I don't know who did this, is misplaced. It's in blue economy. What do you irrigate in blue economy? Blue economy is water. Are you going to have an effort to bring it to agriculture? Because irrigation is actually supposed to be irrigating the products, crops, but not the blue economy. Are you going to again given by your
and sanitation?
Let's get Dr. to see your view, because irrigation was in agriculture. It was moved from agriculture. So that's what I'm saying.
To grab it back.
Yeah, I want it back. It has to come back, because what do you irrigate in water? No, of course he can, through him, he can bring a motion, whatever it is, if he is approved, to bring it to agriculture, because what it is misplaced. Thank you.
Morugara.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Dr. Karanja, there is a lot of theory in agriculture, especially to encourage youngsters to study agriculture and economics, with such catchphrases like agriculture is the backbone of the economy of the country. That is in agriculture, and in economics, it's the biggest employer and should be sustained, etc., etc. When you look at the level of unemployment in the country today, why would it be at such high level if it were the greatest employer? It means the policies regarding agriculture vis-a-vis the young people we are educating do not match. Number two, it means the youngsters do not take agriculture to be any form of gainful employment. It's dirty, it doesn't have good income, and all that. What policies would you put in place to ensure that we have a mindset change to the youngsters to know that agriculture can actually be that employer which is income generating? And if we were to do this, then the next question is, we as a country presided over the killing of some of our best cash crops in the country, away from coffee and tea, including cotton. cotton was doing very well in arid and semi-arid areas. But we elected to have Mutumba coming in, as a result of which cotton almost got dissipated. Sunflower, another cash crop, which was doing very well in those areas. We watched as we brought in edible oil from other countries and the crop went down. What policies would you put in place to ensure that cotton, sunflower are revived as our cash crops, which would actually reverse the trend of importation of either very expensive clothes from Turkey, China and everywhere else, or the second-hand clothes which are flocking in from all over the world, and also edible oils that are coming from the Asian countries, while actually we can sustain that ourselves. And not lastly, we have the other food cash crops, which we grow. The crops are food, but basically if you check their mode of production, they are cash crops. And I'll give you examples. One of them is gadam sorghum, which is supposed to be consumed by the brewers. It's also a food crop. Another one is the mang beans, the dengu in eastern Kenya. It's supposed to be a food crop, but it is produced as a cash crop by the farmers. The cartels we were talking about are now able to go around it, import those crops from the neighboring countries, as a result of which the prices become extremely miserable and to some extent throw away. What policies would you put in place to ensure that those crops are sustained in the country and their prices are improved so that farmers are encouraged to continually grow these crops for economic purposes? Finally, livestock. Livestock is supposed to be one of the most lucrative agricultural endeavors or enterprises we undertake, including export. But it surprises us that even the quotas we are given, leave alone Europe, which refuses to accept our beef on the basis that, as the Deputy Speaker put it, we use drugs to treat these animals, which drugs are banned in their countries. So when they do their tests, they say this meat does not qualify for our consumption. But the Asian countries are more than willing to accept our beef products. How come, as a country, we are not able to meet our quotas when actually we are capable of even overdoing it because of the areas that are arid and semi-arid? What policies would you put in place to ensure that livestock is also sustained along those lines?
Yes, Dr. Karanja, that's quite a mouthful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You respond to all those very important issues from Ferdinand to Morugara.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Ferdinand, thank you, Ferdinand, for your Honorable Ferdinand, for your question on the field projects. The Garana Kuraru, I know this has been in the works, has been there for some time. Coming from where I come from, as I indicated, is that if I am approved, I have worked in programs and projects. And one of the areas where you do is to do an evaluation, clear evaluation with economic analysis. If it is not working, it is not working. If it is working, then you can see what are the lessons learned and you go ahead. So I would, if I am approved, one of the areas which I would do, without throwing away the baby with the bathwater, is to do a candid evaluation of that program, of that project. If it is not working, then we get advisory, we move away, and we see how the best to get out or to continue. So and that is just an example of Guraru Kuraru. We will do for others, which we feel that they are not delivering, they are not getting value for money. Subdivision of land. I know this is beyond agriculture alone, because yes, agriculture is the biggest user of land in the country. And if I am approved, what I will do is I will engage the sector of land, because we are supposed to have a land use policy. clear land use policy which delineates areas where you can do agriculture, areas where you can do housing, areas where you can do other things, so that we are able to delineate those areas. So this is a collaborative effort with the sector of land, because I'm sure and honorable members are aware, we are losing a sizable number, a sizable, a sizable proportion of agricultural land to real estate in Kiambu and other areas, and this are causing a lot of concern. Even in other counties, we are doing the same. So it is an area where we engage the sector of lands to come up with clearly with. I know there is a land use policy, but we need to revisit it and see how we can implement it. Irrigation, as it has been indicated, this is in the water sector, and this, I'm sure, is an issue which our appointing authority will assist to that, and I don't want to comment more than that. Honorable Murunga, about thank you for your question.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Yes, Ferdinand.
Daktari, you actually are very knowledgeable from what you have said. Don't tell us, don't throw that this the question of irrigation is something that you go to tell this committee what you're going to do. Don't tell us that somebody else holds they're talking of the same thing. We have said, and I've said it very clearly, irrigation is supposed to irrigate crops, and somebody misplaced it in water. It's as simple as that. So what are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Honorable Ferdinand. Yes, I agree. Because irrigation, when you do it, especially the small one, not the big dams which you have hydros in them, the irrigation we do for small scale is agriculture actually, most of it. And logically, it is supposed to be in agriculture so that you manage, because even the technical management of the irrigation scheme, yeah, it is agriculture. The water part is just making sure that the water is there. So that is why I'm saying, because coming in as a CS, I would love to have irrigation as one of the dockets, but definitely I need to be guided.
It is not your duty to assign department.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
No, but also he uses the water. Yes. He doesn't develop the water.
If I may continue, Honorable
Go on.
Honorable Murunga has, thank you for your questions. The issue about the youth and agriculture. Yes, it is quite something which, because you realize that agriculture has been left to the old people. One of the studies which was done by one of the institutes indicated that, for instance, the average age of a coffee farmer is 62 years. So very aged people. And the issue is about the youth might not want to go into production per se. They might not want to go to production, but what they are interested in is issues to do with the value chain, along the value chain. For instance, in agro-processing, in making sure that, for instance, if there is milk, the add value they can make yogurt, they can do the ghee. So, as indicated earlier, some of the key value chains which has been highlighted and has been prioritized, we will try as much as possible to integrate the issue about the youth. There is also a program, informed, if I come in, and I'll try to scale it up, trying to inculcate, to teach youth about agriculture, right from the secondary schools and primary schools, so that they have the right mindset when they are coming up. Policies, edible oils and imports. As I indicated earlier, we are having a big issue about food imports. We are becoming a country of food imports. Edible oils. I was checking the statistics, and when you look at petroleum and other, edible oils is featuring very highly in terms of imports. So we need, and it's one of the priorities in the better, which has been prioritized, especially sunflower. So we will accelerate that program. If I am approved, we will accelerate that program to make sure that the farmers have the necessary planting materials for sunflower. They have the necessary planting materials for other edible oils, canola and others. And the challenge of also making sure that not only they have the planting materials, but also they have the technology to get the oil out of the sunflower. Because it's one thing to plant the sunflower, it's another thing to get the oil out of the sunflower. Cash crop, gadam, sorghum, dengu. Sustainability in the country. Yes, these are particularly good cash crops. Some of them are like dengu, gadam, sorghum. They are a bit drought tolerant, and they are grown in areas where like Lower Eastern, other form of Lower Eastern, Upper Eastern, and other Kitui and other Machakos and others. They are good, and they are actually very helpful crop because in this era of climate change, they are the ones which are going to be the ones which are going to help the farmers to overcome, to adapt to some of this. And if necessary, if I'm approved, if there is any exports or any cartels which are trying to curtail this, we will do the necessary legal, maybe the rules and the registration, the lower rules, to make sure that if there is anything to be curtailed, to control that market, so that they remain in the country, they are available for the country. Like I know gadam sorghum is used for brewing, so they should be able to get access to that and dengu, so that it's not exported. So I'll rely on as the CS, the mandate I'm given, if I'm approved, by the various registration like the crop lags, to make sure that this happens. Yes, livestock is a major one. And we are surprising, honorable members, is that despite the potential, I am believed that we are not able to even meet the demand for non-stringent market in Middle East and other areas, even for sheep and goats. For cattle, they are saying our cattle are, sometimes the numbers are too small, the weight of the animals are too small. I'm given an example where a market was found in Indonesia. They wanted a various number of cattle, but when the technical team went to the field, they could hardly get 10% or 20% of that. Reason? They wanted a cattle of a certain weight, which we did not have. Our weight was maybe half what was required in the market. The same with sheep and goats, and I'm told that is a very lucrative market, especially for Middle East. So one of the areas we are, if I'm approved, is to look at our breeds. The Borana, the Sahaiwas, the bigger ones, so that we are able to distribute this to the farmers, so that they are able to have cattle and breeds which can go to that market. There is also the issue about feedlots, making sure that we have community feedlots where they can fatten those animals, they can make them go to the weight which is required. So such kind of interventions. And I'm happy to note that livestock and lead meat is one of the priority value chains according to the better. So we'll be able to handle that. Thank you.
Owen Bayer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to pose the following question to the nominee. I know he has taken time to explain something on edible oils, which is actually part of my question, and you allow me, it's not repetitive, but it's from another angle, Honorable Speaker. I would like to say that we spent around 160 billion on edible oils imports. The agricultural budget is around 84.9 billion, thereabouts. And a lot of money is actually used there. AFA, the Agricultural Food Authority, has a department on edible oils. But the work that goes in there is probably very limited. Probably they are managing more the imports than actually growing the edible crops in this country. And that's why we get into this. And what do they get? They make around 2 billion shillings a year for the tax that is imposed on edible oil. And therefore, we are not solving the problem on edible oils. In the past, nominee, crops such as coconut, cashew nuts, groundnuts, crops which I'm very passionate about because the region I come from actually grows these issues, but they have been neglected completely, such that coconut and cashew nuts are crops that are continue to decline. We have old boughs, we have the old tall coconut trees, and the productivity is shrinking every day, and yet we continue to import. We have the solution. The coast of Kenya and part of the eastern part can grow this macadamia and simsim, sunflower, all those crops. And it made the people of the coast very rich, and the country got enough revenue. But they've been on the decline, and yet AFA, the department, the area of edible crops, is not doing much. Tell me, what kind of reforms will you bring to reduce the imports on edible oil, both legislative and policy, and also increase the production of cashew nuts and coconut so that we can cut down on the budget on oil crops? Secondly, Honorable Speaker, ADC is Agricultural Development Corporation, which is supposed to help the agriculture department. And one of the things that ADC did was to have enough land set aside. I had the question on now we are moving to settlement, and but ADC has swathes of land. But what has happened for many years, there has not been any protection on this. They've been divided, they've been given out. I know even the ADC in Malindi, they have a huge farm in Malindi, but now they're actually renting their own farm because people grabbed it. Now the land they own, they are actually paying rent on. In terms of policy and legislation, what are you going to do to protect ADC and actually spur the productivity of ADC to ensure that as a country we still anchor ourselves in agriculture, and from agriculture to manufacturing and to jobs? I thank you.
Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nominee has come out as very brave because there's one answer he gave. I was very impressed when you said that you're willing to even advise in correcting the mess in state departments in the ministry. When you said that you feel that irrigation is misplaced and you will fight for it, that means you're a brave man. Now, I want to just point out two things. One which was raised by Honorable Naisula on the issue of Botswana, which actually exports 95% of its beef products to countries like Norway and the United Arab Emirates. And what she said is what I want to confirm, that actually they have a Botswana Meat Commission which was borrowed heavily and fashioned after Kenya Meat Commission. But years later, while theirs is thriving, Kenya's KMC is actually now in the hands of the military. So I don't know, what would you do? Because as a brave person, you must be able to make very serious and tough decisions to bring back that livestock sector to what it should be. Now, secondly, the other issue is the issue of corruption in the ministry, from NCPB and those state departments within the ministry. There's a lot of there's rampant corruption. In fact, I will tell you that at one time, just recently, Kenyans were treated to a circus of the sale of funny product in the name of fertilizer. And the parliament was actually seized of the matter and tried to handle it. Now, there's a gentleman who was my neighbor. This is a real story. And he had a piece of land, 5 acres. He was actually selling it. We were trying to get a buyer for him. Then he got appointed to the Kenya Sugar Board. Within a few months, he now started buying off all the neighbors and stopped selling his land. There is a lot of money that gets lost in our state departments, especially the agricultural one. Now, I've seen that you are worth 214 million. You are going into this sector. All those cartels are there, and they are willing to make you a billionaire with the next 3 years. Are you going to be able to resist, Bwana Nominee? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Dr. Karanja.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will they make you a billionaire, or you are a billionaire already?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Owen Bayer, for your question about this issue about edible oils. Yes, this is a classical case of we need to do import substitution. We cannot continue spending our good money importing things we can do in this country. As I indicated earlier, the edible oils is one of the key priorities in BETTER, and if approved, I have no other alternative but to work day and night to make sure that we reduce the import bill, especially on edible oils, be it on sunflower, coconut, and cashew nuts. I know especially in the coastal zone, these are very good crops, which has been there, naturally growing there. What may be needed is to review the value chains. Their value chains, make sure that farmers are getting the necessary technologies and inputs, and also the machinery and technology to get the oil and others. Because edible oils also has another offshoot. Because, for instance, if you do sunflower, you do canola, when you squeeze the oil, what remains is what is used in animal feeds. And this is what we are importing. So it has a double, it will help us in those areas that we get the oil, and also we support, especially our animal feeds industry. So it is quite a good industry where we need to work on, and if approved, I work day and night, I can assure you, to make sure that we reduce this import bill. It has been there. I know even in Western Kenya there is also the issue about palm oil, which is coming up, where we can get the varieties to plant there. So it's something which is an open potential.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
just a quick supplementary, because I hear what the nominee is saying, especially in terms of edible oils and the value chain around the production and growth and production of edible oils. And I'm just wondering, because the nominee lives in this country, and he knows what has happened to the finance bill of this year. Part of the proposals that were in the finance bill sought to do exactly what you are saying, to protect the local industry in terms of local farmers who are growing sunflower, canola, and the other inputs for edible oils. And we sought to increase excise and import duty on imported edible oils so that we protect these local farmers and grow our own local industry for the production of edible oils, to do exactly what you are saying. Now, my question is, considering that Kenyans have told us they do not want us to increase import duty or excise duty on imported products, what other measures would you take or what non-tariff interventions would you have to ensure that we protect these local farmers, grow our own local industries, and at the same time do what Kenyans are asking us, not to increase access on the imported products? Or when you speak about import substitution, my understanding of import substitution, and I'm certain being a development economist, you know import substitution will mean that we produce locally. Are there innovative ways that you would work on, or would you now try to convince Kenyans that import substitution will entail levying some taxes on imported finished products to protect our local industries and create jobs for our young people in this country. As you said, our young people are interested in jobs around the value addition in agriculture, not necessarily in production of agricultural products. But there are also many young Kenyans who are in agricultural production, and a few who have interest in value addition. But what would you tell Kenyans in terms of import substitution and tax on imports?
Thank you for the intervention, Majority Leader. I think this is sometimes, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that there comes a time a nation has to choose what you have to do. I agree, there's a sentiment that we don't have to tax more, but when you are putting barriers in order for you to create an enabling environment for our farmers to be able to do this, and also create jobs, because if we edible oils, as I have said, you get apart from production, you get to have technology to mill these edible oils, get the oil, purify the oil. That creates a lot of jobs. It creates a lot of jobs in livestock sector and other areas. So I would go both ways. Try to, if I'm approved, try to get interventions which you help the farmers do whatever they are supposed to do. For instance, subsidizing some of the inputs so that they are able to grow more and develop the necessary technologies and adopt the necessary technologies. But I would also like to convince Kenyans that this is something which we need to do. Get those taxes, create some barriers so that our industry, especially for oil, these imports, substitution, we get it right, because we should not be every import is a job exported. So we need also to have, we cannot have our cake and eat it at the same time.
Speaker, before the nominee moves to my next question on ADC, yes. Don't you think that the problem why everybody wants to import edible oil is because there are cartels that make a lot of money? That, you know, if you create an enabling environment to generate edible oil locally, you're actually killing other people's businesses. Companies, you know, we used to have a lot, the Shah companies that used to do a lot of manufacturing of edible oil in the country. We have a company in Mombasa. You know, they're closing down because there are cartels in this country that are hell-bent to ensure that they continue to import edible oil because it's big money. Okay, so how are you going to, I know you've come out very strong. I would like your commitment on how you're also going to fight cartels in the edible oil sector.
Yes, Jeanette, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, we need to contextualize this issue of palm oil properly. I wanted to ask the nominee that as we speak now, close to 90% of Kenyans use products of palm oil, imported palm oil, as cooking oil. 90% as we speak now. Now, we can only get rid of it when we develop the other products, the sunflower and what is the other thing, canola and other things. But now, until that is grown and developed, you can't stop, because if you levy taxes on the palm oil now because of, you're saying, quote-unquote cartels, then cooking oil will become very expensive because the sunflower and the canola are not ready now to take over. So you can only develop that other side. When it is ready is when now you switch from the palm oil to that. But if you say they are cartels, those are stories in the street.
Order. Answer the questions. This is not a debate between members.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members, Jeanette and Owen, for your interventions. I think this is
a question pending on ADC.
Yes.
And the dismantling cartels.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this shows you the robustness of this debate, that we need to deal with the two sides. I agree 100% with what Honorable Jeanette is saying, that we need, in terms of timing, we need to, when we are phasing out the imports, we are coming in with strongly on the locally. So that is a matter of timing. That is a matter of timing, but we need to yeah. Thank you. So I think that's one issue which I would definitely, if I'm approved, I would look at it and see the switching the timing. If I go back to Honorable Baya, there was issue about ADC. ADC used to be a very prime parastatal government agency, where we used to get even the planting materials. We used to get, for instance, even livestock, Mutara Ranch, the rest, but it has gone down. For, I don't know, I will have to, when I get, if I get approval, I have to make sure that I visit them, I know what is ailing them. And the issue is, what role should they play in this dispensation which we are in? For instance, we know that we need a lot of planting materials, we need a lot of, like we are talking about livestock breeds, the Sahiwas, the Borans. Can they play, what role can they play in that, aligning themselves to that priority in the sector? So that is, when I come in, if I'm approved, is some of the areas which I would like to pursue quickly, because I am sure they have the capacity. They need only to go through what they need to do. Honorable Baya, thank you for your question. And one of them is oh yeah, most of them I'm answered. Yes. Whether I can resist, whether they will be able to make me a billionaire. I come, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I come from a point of one of my clear areas which I am saying is non-negotiable is that is issues to do with accountability and being able to stand for what is public good. And I think that, to me, will be uncompromised. I'll pray to God that I will not vacate that principle. Yeah, because I need divine intervention. I know it's not easy.
You should start with your will to resist before God helps you. Yes.
I'm wondering, because he's saying he's going to pray. Are you going to pray so that you are not a billionaire? Because the question was, are you going to resist those cartels?
You will pray to God to give him courage to resist.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
Mule.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Karanja, I have no doubt in my mind you know exactly what entails in the entire agriculture and livestock sector. And as members of parliament, we are here to hear you and your suitability. And I know we are live to the entire public, and quite a number of Kenyans are watching. And I want to get a feedback after this from the mama mboga, the tea farmer, the coffee farmer, the sugar farmer, whereby you tell them on their face on the actual policies you are going to do. And I'll give you two scenarios. The first scenario is that we have a crisis at the tea sector, whereby 32 billion shillings worth of tea is unsold at the Mombasa auction, whereby it will enter and hamper the payouts to the farmers at the tea sector. As we speak, the mama mboga at the market right now, who expect to get tomatoes from the local farmers and come and resell to make little money, the entire market as we speak today, Korokosho, Kibera, Kamukunji, any market, it's flooded with tomatoes. It's flooded with sukuma wiki. It's flooded with onions. It's flooded with cabbage from within the country and our neighbors. How will you handle the imports from our local neighbors to safeguard our local farmers who have gone a serious challenge to produce, and a mama mboga who is waiting for the same produce at Korogosho market, yet a truck has come from a neighboring country, I don't want to name any, and has already delivered the same produce, reducing the price of tomatoes from 3,000 as we speak this morning. This is a reality. 3,500 per crate to 700 shillings. The farmer is losing because he can't get his input on the produce, and the mama mboga cannot get an extra coin as expected. The coffee industry, the farmers at this right time, most of them are picking up coffee, taking them to the factories. They are not very sure. They have spent substantial amount of money to produce that coffee. They are not very sure of the market of their coffee if they are selling it. As a cabinet secretary for nominee for agriculture, if, and I use the word if carefully, approved, what did you tell that Kenyan? Don't tell us, we have seen your CV, Mama Boga has not seen your CV. We know your expertise from the document. Tell the real Kenyan down at the grassroots, what will you do as a minister for agriculture to protect them and add chain value for their produce and give them a hope? Thank you.
Raso, just filter the, that was a long speech with one question. So, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Karanja, if you will be approved, you will run the largest ministry in government. That contributes almost 25–26% to the Kenyan GDP. That is how important that ministry is. Agriculture has a lot of distortion around the world. In America, they say 20% of the population feeds the other 80%. While in Kenya, they say that 20% is the land that is actually productive, while 80% is not useless, but a land that is there. Looking at your CV, you have either been a lead consultant or a lead economist in the programs called DRIVE, KSAP, Ending Drought Emergencies and Resilient Program, Carlo Ilri, Global Environmental Facility, among many others, all dealing in two areas, livestock and the ASAL. These programs are supported by either World Bank or the European Union. But on the reverse, when you look at, have those regions really benefited? Tell us one program that is successful to say that, yes, it has succeeded. Honorable colleagues have talked about irrigation. Year in, year out, for now, two governments, we are talking about Galana Kulalu. And yet, Mwea irrigation, Moroni, all those were done almost before independence or just around independence. My question to you, one, is Kenya really throwing away good money by engaging with World Bank and European Union, where when they give us 10 shillings, we are told you only give 3 shillings because that is a matching fund, that we're actually throwing away good money, yet it can do other things. Secondly, the issue of livestock. For those of us who come from the pastoralist communities, it is our main economy. But the problem in agriculture, even you, as you try to explain, You kept on talking about dairy. But the cattle that we keep, or the camels, they're actually not dairy, it's beef. And for beef production, if you don't talk about breeding, traceability, disease control, then there is no market. Those from outside will never buy from you. That is why they will tell you that if a heifer is not 350 kilograms, then they cannot buy. So for that reason, my second question is, if you are confirmed, just tell us what is it that you can do in livestock? Because livestock, in 25% of agriculture, livestock actually contributes almost 9%. And that is not a mean figure. Finally, when you were nominated, there were people who said, that one is ours. We live in Kenya where there are 42 different communities, many nationalities, but one nation. Are you going to serve all Kenyans, irrespective of where they come from? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mure, the issue about the crisis in the sector. If I'm approved, I want to guarantee you that and the mama boga, the tea farmer, for instance, the issue about this piling up of tea in Mombasa. I will be the next plane to Mombasa to see what is happening and to do, if I have the powers within the law, I will do it the next day. Because there is no need of having tea piling up when farmers are expecting the tea to be sold. So I can guarantee that if I'm approved, some of these crises needs only to be handled. You go there and handle them as because it doesn't make any economic sense for you to have tea, which is spiking up 32 billion. Farmers are expecting money. So that will be handled. Tomatoes, flooding from the East African community. This is an East African community issue. There might be issues to do with tariffs and what we need to do. We intergovernmental, interministerial with our colleagues in the East African community docket to see what we can do, because sometimes you don't want also to escalate with our neighbors. Doesn't. So I also look at that, and I can assure you that Mama Boga, that we need to do. Yes, we also need to look at ourselves. Why is tomatoes from our neighboring countries coming at a cheaper cost? Address what I would call the root cause of the problem. Is it our inputs which are high? Is it our methods is it our varieties which are not good? Because I'm not sure our neighboring countries are subsidizing their tomatoes. So there must be something they are doing we are not doing. And we need to look at that and address it so that in a sustainable way, because even if we put the barriers and then we are producing at 3,000 or 2,000 and they are producing at 2,000, always the market will always shift towards them. So we need also to look at that. Coffee industry. I will also look at the coffee farmer and tell them we will finalize whatever reform. If I am approved, it's one of the areas which I have a comparative advantage, having worked in the coffee industry for long, and I know what is required to be done. The reforms which are remaining should be done so that the coffee farmer enjoys the whatever is supposed to be enjoyed. Then, Honorable Lasso, on the issue about interventions by our development partners and what they have been able to do. Yes, our development partners are important. On the brief which I got is that the sector, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development has a portfolio of almost 150 billion in terms of these projects. And they are good. They cover a wide area of intervention.
His question was, are foreign-funded programs in the ministry sustainable? Yes. And if they are, can you tell him any success story? Is that your question?
Okay. So they are successes, definitely. Our development partners have successes. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, if you go to some of the arid areas, you can see lifestyle changes. Pastoralists who are now conserving pasture. That is a lifestyle change, and it's coming out well. What I can promise you is that this also, I have a comparative advantage in this, is that I will engage the development partners so that we look at how can we align whatever they are doing in the sector with the priorities in the sector, because that is important. I know sometimes there is a mismatch, and there can be mismatch, but I'm sure we can be able to do that. Red meat.
Yes. Daktari, the reason why I raised that question is because of where you are coming from.
Yes.
You still remain a consultant with World Bank, the European Union, and whatever global fund that is there, because you are on their list of those experts who are there. Those programs, when they are being implemented, they are being implemented through NGOs, not communities, not leaders. So as leaders and people's representatives, we are seeing that Kenya is losing money, and that must stop.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the point is well noted, and what I can promise the honourable member Lasso is that given my knowledge in that area, I will make sure that community involvement, and you know it's a constitutional requirement these days that we get participation and community involvement so that we maximize the benefits to the communities and where they're coming from, so that we don't just have a project or a program which is Nairobi based. It should be coming from the grassroots. Livestock, yes.
Speaker, if you allow me to interject, just on the matter of donor funded programs, Honorable Nominee. You see, some of these donors come into this country and they become like a joke. And I'll explain to you. Haifa International is one of those big guys, and I can see they're back in Kenya. I saw them on TV yesterday. But Haifa International, so they tell you, you take people for training 3 weeks. My mother actually went for training for Haifa, 3 weeks, and they're being trained every day. They leave everything else productively, they go and train. Then at the end of that training, they give them one goat, a goat, one, whose value... No, but they also do goat. It's just called AFA, but they also goat. So they give them only one goat, and they continue to train them. A goat which is valued around 4,000 shillings, but they spend so much money that would have been more productive, but they end up with only one goat, and they're told you have to wait for it to give birth so that you give it to the neighbor. Then if that one gives birth, then it gives it to the neighbor, and they think that it's creating wealth. We need to stop to be a subsistent country. You only want people to subsist through donor funding instead of growing wealth. I don't know how you're going to bring this concept that we need to grow wealth in agriculture instead of agriculture for subsistence. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your direction
because a number of us have not gotten a chance to interrogate the nominee, but I can see a lot of interjection from the previous question.
We are almost getting to you.
Yes, but I just wanted the bad manners to stop, because we also...
Yes.
Yeah, let
Point
it
of-
come. Let
point
it
of
come.
order, Chair.
Wait, I'm on the point of order, sir. I'm on the point of order. Let it become at the tail end after everybody has had an opportunity.
But a correction,
Bad
an
manners
intervention is not bad manners.
parliamentary.
Can you withdraw that?
And parliamentary.
Withdraw and apologize.
Yes, those who have had a go resist the temptation to intervene so that others can also have an opportunity. Yes, Daktari?
Yes, thank you.
So
Mr.
far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the point made by honorable members about the donors, that's why I said we need to realign with our priorities. That's the point. If we are talking about value chains, why should we be talking about other things? So I think that is, and if I am approved, is one of the areas which we will engage our development partners so that we align with our priorities, the government priorities and community priorities, so that we move forward. Livestock beef, Honorable Raso talked about livestock and lead meat. Yes, these are very important. If I have created the impression that it is not, that I have not taken care of it, it is not intentional. Because red meat is actually one of the priority areas. And we have to deal with the issues which are making us not maximize, as I was saying, for instance, the weight, the breeds, disease control, so that this sector can be able to grow and be able to even actually export the animals and the meat. Serve all Kenyans. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I'm a Kenyan and I will serve all Kenyans. I don't have to be beholden by any maybe where I come from. I will serve all Kenyans. Agriculture is widespread. It comes from the coast to the shores of Lake Victoria, western, eastern. Anywhere you go, it's agriculture and livestock development. So I have to serve all Kenyans.
Sharia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to do a follow-up on this issue of the donor-funded and the World Bank. But mine is coming from a different angle, and most of these projects that are done through the World Bank, they normally tend to collapse at the end of the program and often add the debt burden to our country. How are you going to ensure that these World Bank donor-funded programs and projects and address the fundamental development issues in the country to ensure value for citizens who have to repay or carry the debt burden of the nation? Question number two. Pastoralism, as you said, is a key economic activity in ASAL areas covering about 80% of Kenya and supporting a third of the population, and holds 70% of the national livestock, faces significant challenges. How do you plan to address, or what measures would you put in place to improve productivity in this sector if approved? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's take Honorable Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, the talk of the day is about fake fertilizer, but you are forgetting that we also had fake sugar, or rather poisonous sugar. I remember during the last regime, there was the scandal on poisonous sugar, whereby a large consignment of sugar found its way into Kenya and in several godowns. Our question is, what is the safety of Kenyans in terms of consuming poisonous food products such as sugar? And Honorable Chairman, I know these people are cartels, and they're the same cartels who are sabotaging revival of sugar industry. So when you are confirmed to this docket, how are you going to deal with the sugar cartel? Because this sugar cartel is big, and these people, they have what we call godfathers. They are protected with godfathers. And that is why today the sugar industry is not doing very well the way it's supposed to do. We need to do some intervention on that, and let Kenyans hear what you are going to do. My second question, Honorable Chairman, it is about how do we improve in terms of agriculture. I'm looking at the challenges, and one of the challenges is about land. But today, we have vast land in northern, eastern, or rather, ASAL areas. I'm wondering why, for many years, over 50 years, from independence, that up to today, we have not done intervention in terms of having new agricultural technologies. We can maybe borrow from countries like Israel, where a bigger part of it is desert, and yet today is a big exporter of fresh produce. What intervention or what measures do you have in place to ensure, as a way forward, we are going to utilize the vast land in northeastern or rather ASAL areas so that we are food sufficient in this country? This narrative of saying each and every time that we need to be food sufficient, and yet there are no intervention done. Today, in the same areas, we can have flood, and there's a lot of water, but do we harvest that water? In Tana River today, we have floods. In Budalangi, we have flood, but again, we'll have drought. So how are we balancing that to ensure that we are food sufficient in this country? I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mukami.
Thank you, Chair. Our nominee, my question is regarding new KCC. We have a serious issues in new KCC because the government has been pumping billions of money, and yet the company is not able to sustain itself. If you compare new KCC with Wakulima Dairy in Nyeri or Githunguri Dairy, they are able to pay their farmers within a month. But new KCC, the farmers normally get their payment after 120 days. Like this financial year, the new KCC has made a loss of 1.4 billion. So I want to know, if you happen to get this chance, what are you going to do to make sure that the government is getting value of money? Thank you.
Yes, Dr. can you answer those?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Honorable Surrey. Donor funding. I think the big issue here is about sustainability, because when they come, the donor, the World Bank, and other donors come and they do a project, then they leave, then you are left with no sustainability. And one of the reasons why there is no sustainability is because how can you ensure sustainability? If you ask, I'll do that. I will say that one is to have institutions and empowerment of institutions, especially the communities. For instance, you do a water project, an irrigation project. If you don't empower the community to take care of that irrigation project, it will collapse. It will collapse. So we need to inculcate the issue about community participation so that communities are able to participate. Counties are the custodians of communities, especially down there. But most of the time you find a project which comes and the county is not quite engaged. So if I get the nomination, is to ensure that all programs which are coming and being designed, they have sustainability becomes a key plank of them. How do they sustain whatever they are doing? Be it because one of the sustainability is to ensure that whatever you are doing can be economically viable, that you can continue as a, but the others is to the communities, is through counties. Make sure that the counties and the communities have the capacity to take care of what has been invested on. Livestock productivity, I'm sure we have talked about this in terms of making sure that the breeds are there. Disease control is well taken care of. And when I talk about livestock here, I'm talking about both sides, the dairy side and the red meat, especially in the ASALs. So that, and I talked about even the feed rots, so that you intervene and make sure that we have the right weights for export. Honorable Missy, fake fertilizer, sugar, cartel. when you look at the sugar industry, it has been, we have a deficit of sugar, and that's why the problem starts. We have a big deficit of sugar, ranging, depending on the production, ranging from 300 to 500 metric tons. And this is a lot of sugar, which have to be imported through the COMESA and the other safeguards which are there. So the cartels, we always thrive when our production is not meeting our demand. So one of the measures to actually talk about the sugar industry is what do you need to do in order for you to improve on production. You close the gap so that you are able to manage the quantities which are coming into the country. And definitely there will always be some kind of imports. The issue is about how do you allocate these importation quotas. And the best method is always to be an open method. I know that is maybe challenging in one way or the other, but I'll try as much as possible, if I get approved, to have a competitive method of allocating this, so that the cartels, even if one of the ways of dealing with the cartels is opening the information, transparency. Yes, so that you get that. Vast runs in. Yes, it is there, especially in ASALs. 70%, almost 70% of our land is in ASALs. Vast land. It is used. Some of it is used in livestock and other engagements. But the major measure here is what are you doing to make the land more productive? And that is why I was talking about working with irrigation, working with introducing the right technologies so that they are able to do. Getting technologies and also getting examples from other countries like Israel. So if I get approved, definitely this is a resource which I would like to look into, the vast land in ASAL and how it can be done, especially on red meat. Honorable Mukami, New KCC. New KCC happened to be in cooperatives, because these are cooperative, and what I can say, it affects agriculture because the farmers are dairy farmers. But the management of KCC is a cooperative. So what I can say is that I engage, and very severely on that, with my counterpart in cooperatives to look at ways of making sure those issues, management issues, are sorted out, especially farmer payments. Because you cannot have payments which are delayed for 6 months, while others are getting, like Wakulima and Kilongoli, and others are paying on time. So this is one of the interministerial collaboration which I have to seek if I get approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, virtually all members of parliament represent farmers, and even those who represent urban areas, somehow their constituency interact with farmers in one way or another. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give you, because I come from a constituency that is taught as the bread basket of the Republic, though there's no bread in the basket, but it's the most highly agricultural constituencies and arable land. And I'll give you a story, Nominee. I have one of the large-scale farmers. The few are left because of land fragmentation that has taken place, but the few who are left in Kitale. I interacted with a farmer who did maize for a long time. He left, started doing sugarcane. He left, started doing sunflower. He left and went to avocado. Now I asked him, can I start supplying mushroom, because that's where you are going next? He said, no. I want you to help me do gated communities. Gated communities in a rural area. It's basically people are running away from agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, this is a topic that is so dear, because this is directly to the lives of the people. There are success stories across the world. Brazil has done very well in value addition. India, Indonesia. This product called Indomie that is all over the country. Indomie is an Indonesian product, and it's from agricultural products. Do you have a success story that you are going to use to revitalize this ministry? Because it cannot just be stories around. Can you say this has happened here, and this is how I want to interlink with our country? And then lastly, Speaker, and I hate to repeat, but allow me to repeat on this issue of cartels, because where cartels in agriculture has been misunderstood to mean that there are people you walk in the Ministry of Agriculture and they start firing them. No, it is a convoluted system. In fact, you may find the cartels in agriculture, they're not even Kenyans. They are billionaires of this world. Now, if you just say, I'm walking in to fight cartels, to me, Mr. Speaker, looks like a movie. It's not an adequate enough to convince Kenya that anything is going to happen. I'll give you an example of our collapsed sugarcane. It is full cartelism. If we sit here and ask you that if after 100 days of you being in the office, are we going to see smoke bellowing out of Mumia's sugar, out of Zoya sugar? Can you promise now? And we'll be here to interrogate. Thank you, Speaker.
Daktari.
Thank you, Honorable Hamisi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes, the success stories, we need not to reinvent the wheel. We need to see which countries, agricultural countries, has successes, and it's good that Honorable Hamisi have pointed out some of the success stories like Brazil. For instance, the sugar we are talking about, Brazil is very successful in sugar. We talk about dairy. India is very successful in dairy. So we need to learn from no inventing the wheel. And as a principle, if I'm approved, is to say that I'll promote that as a principle, that let's learn from the best. Let's learn from the best. Cartels. This is a major issue, yes. But when you look at cartel, you realize that where cartels thrive is where public interest is compromised. Because if you are compromising public interest, the public interest, for instance, for sugar, is to have sugar producers, especially in Western Kenya and coast, to have their sugar factories operating. If there is a deficit, then we import with at the least cost, so that the consumers also benefit. So it's also a moral question and an integrity question that we need to, as a nominee, and if I get approved, where I'm saying I will fight cartels is that I will do whatever it takes to promote public interest and use the state agencies which are there, which can help me to promote public good and the public interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Let me ask you 2 or 3 questions.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I ask if there will be smoke billowing out of Mumias in 100 days. He has not said.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Honorable Hamisi. I know there is a program for leasing for those factories which is ongoing, which has been initiated, and I know there's a process. I have to check what stage they are in, but I'm definitely going to. Sugar is one of the major subsectors. We will look at it and see how we can move it very fast forward.
Mr. Speaker, just one from Mamamboga. I've just received a text. They are requesting and they are asking to hear from you as a cabinet for agriculture. What plans do you have?
It's just a nominee.
Yes, a nominee.
Yes.
What plans will you have if you are nominated on perishable goods like tomatoes, sukuma wiki, cabbage, in their market at the local end-tail market?
Yes, Murugara.
Just let's combine this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's combine this with the great people of Meru and Embu. the crop, they have the cash crop called Miraa. We've not spoken about this. Miraa has a lot of issues because in our statute books, it's a lawful crop. And we can't take that away from them. In the neighboring countries like Tanzania, they say it isn't a lawful crop and therefore you can't export it there. Recently, some counties in the country started saying, sorry, they don't welcome it there. It's not a crop, it's other things which they possibly were imagining. And at the end of the day, there is a bit of uncertainty regarding the crop Miraa in the country. Now, what policies would you put in place to ensure that at least in the country, Miraa, which is Miraa and Muguka, which is a lawful crop, does not suffer the consequences it suffered recently?
You want to go to that discussion?
Yes. I am asking the nominee, not you.
Speaker, maybe just to supplement what the Honorable Mula is asking, the nominee could tell us, leveraging from your experience with the World Bank and other donor organizations, including the EU that you've worked with, how would you help to harness resources? Because what Honorable Mula is asking is critical. I know government, through the markets that are being developed, they have cold storage facilities for dealing with the perishable products like the tomatoes Honorable Mula is asking. But how would you leverage that to ensure that we even access more resources from the donor community in the local areas, not just the local markets, to have cold storage facilities around the farms, so that when farmers harvest their tomatoes and the price is bad, they can store them there to await for the value addition that you spoke to, that will benefit many of our young people. But also you mentioned something that you worked on livestock insurance. I don't know whether you said you did that working with the EU or with the World Bank. And the president has already conceded to the country one of the problems that his former cabinet had was a failure in communication. I don't know what you will do as, if approved as a cabinet secretary, to ensure that there is proper communication to Kenyans on that livestock insurance that you worked on in your consultancy life, to increase the uptake of this livestock insurance, because the uptake is still very low. Many farmers still lose their livestock during the drought and floods, but they don't know that there is such a product. And what would you do to communicate better to ensure there is better uptake of that product around the country?
Yes, Daktari, we're running out of time on you. Can you answer quickly those last interventions?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. On perishability, I think the leader of majority has helped in that, saying that yes, there are programs which are run on markets. Definitely, we at the value chains, as we look at the value chains, definitely one of the interventions is to make sure that we minimize the post-harvest losses, because that is cuts across the board, tomatoes and perishables and even other crops. So minimizing post-harvest losses is a part of food security, because why do you spend a lot of time, money and time, and then you lose it along the chain? So we will look at the programs which can be able to help with the issues to do with the perishables. Miraa, Muguka, I know there is a problem, there is an issue between the producing counties and the consuming counties. And what can happen? Yes, this one is a big issue, and as the incoming, if I'm approved, the issue is about dialogue. We have the two sides have to sit down and see how best to sort it out. And I'll be a good. If I come in as a CS, I will be an arbitrator. Yes.
Yes, Dr.
The other issue is about livestock insurance from the leader of majority and proper communication. Yes, if I am approved, I'll promote that insurance. I worked on this concept from the World Bank and the EU side. We need to promote it. But generally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would also like to say that there are many things which are happening in the ministry and the docket, but communication has not been good. So if I am approved, one of the areas I'm determined and I'm prepared to do is to improve on communication, so that the members of the public knows what is going on. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Let me ask you just 2-3 questions. Number one, just a follow-up. The sugar industry in particular and many other crops, you said you have been in the research sector as well. If you look around the country, research in our food and crop production is virtually dead. The sugar research, dead. Rice, coffee is limping, name it. Tell Kenyans and give them hope how you are going to revive the component of research to improve crop production. Number two, maize farmers. Our maize farmers are very hardworking. They suffer when they produce less. They suffer even more when they produce more because of market. What are you going to do in terms of policy intervention to create a proper marketing system and program for maize and other cereal farmers in the country? Did I hear you say you participated in the creation of AFA?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are you aware that now, out of the outcry for the failure of AFA to manage the agricultural sector, it is being dismantled? There's been a Tea Act now, born out of AFA. There's a sugar bill coming to the end, born out of AFA. There's a request on my table for a maize bill, moving away from AFA. There's a pyrethrum bill, moving out of AFA. And all this dismantling of AFA, does it point to your error of judgment in your previous engagement that you as a consultant advised and participated in amalgamating all agricultural activities into one humongous act that didn't work and is now crumbling?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On research, I think, let me say on the onset that this is research is a mandate of the national government, and I agree 100% with you. It has not been well in research. When you look at Caro, you look at coffee, you look at all the other sectors. And mainly, we have the capacity in terms of human resources. We have the infrastructure. Mainly, it is the issue about financing. And coming in, if I am approved as a cabinet secretary and coming from research, I will put my best foot forward, especially on the exchequer side, so that we convince the national treasury that agriculture research is very vital. If you don't have research, you don't have technologies. You don't have, so that we can get more resources going towards research, both in all the crops. Secondly, is the issue about farmers' participation in research. If you look at coffee, tea, they used to have a foundation where I used to work. Farmers were very happy. They used to contribute very gracefully. But that has ended. So we have, if I am approved and I come back as a cabinet secretary, I have to look at how can we involve the farmers better in terms of management of research and their role in financing. Maize farmers. Yes, the maize farmers, the issue about marketing system. We know the major player here is National Cereals and Produce Board and the millers who participate in marketing of maize. So it's an area where the government has intervened in terms of giving the inputs, so the supply increases, but when it comes to mopping up, it has become a problem, because one of the areas which the challenge there, Honorable Speaker and members, is that when you try to push the prices up, the consumers are losing. So there's a dilemma there. So it's an area which is dicey, and it requires careful consideration, and I'll give it my due attention. In terms of AFA, the original principle was okay, in that you try to, just like we have in energy, we have an energy regulatory authority. We wanted the same, and if you go to other countries, and honorable members have pointed out that in other countries we need to copy what is working. If you go to India, if you go to Brazil, they have one authority controlling a lot of agriculture activities. What is, and I'm convinced is, one of the issues which came through is the way it was amalgamated, it was the way it was structured, and the way it came out, in that we were not able to give due attention to all the commodities as they were supposed to be. The original idea was okay. It is the execution part which was challenging, and that is why you are finding everybody wanting to go back, because to their own original arrangements. Because in principle, honorable members, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, you'd agree with me, it is more efficient to have one organization where you can have common services. But the feeling of the various stakeholders in various commodities is that they
why
want to
do you think it didn't work? And what are you going to do about it?
Well, it didn't work because the issues coming from various commodities, for instance, coffee, tea, amalgamation of other like sugar. We brought different commodities, different subsectors at different levels and there was no effort made to make sure that they are entering at almost at par. So, be it as may, if I'm approved, is to look at what is going on, to see what the stakeholders are saying, because we have to go with the stakeholders. If they say today we want tea, you cannot force them on alpha. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Jeanette.
Speaker, this is what one of the public members is saying. Dr. Andrew Muya Karanja, Minister of Agriculture, CS nominee, says that we will always have sugar deficit, always. Is in there a government policy that we become self-sufficient across all sectors in agriculture? How can Eswatini, former Swaziland, which is smaller than Elgeyo Marakwet County, be one of the biggest sugar exporters in the world? Asian countries like Vietnam never had coffee, yet it's now one of the biggest coffee exporters in the world. Thailand took palm trees from Nigeria and is now one of the biggest palm tree producers in the world. Problem of Kenya is total absence of initiative to change the status quo. Why then be a Minister of Agriculture if you believe that you will always be importers of sugar? And the rest I don't want to say. Then he said, he told you, how can he actually say we will always be sugar importers? Nyanza province alone can produce more sugar than Eswatini or Sudan.
There are many others, Dr. Is one asking, I'm a vet, the most neglected arm of agriculture is veterinary services. What are you going to do? And many others.
Sure, let me ask.
Yes, Mukami?
Yeah, there's another one. We have a weakness in the sale of coffee at NC, which allows the buyers to offer prices below the reserve price to force a negotiation with co-farmers outside the trading floor for 24 hours. These are practiced every auction day. What are you going to do about it?
You can respond to those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On Honorable Jeanette is to say, if I implied that we always have a deficit, that is not my intention. I was saying maybe for now, the situation we are in now is we have a deficit. But going forward, definitely, we will put measures to improve on productivity, the reforms in the sugar sector, which are undertaken, so that we become self-sufficient. I'm sure we can be able to get self-sufficiency. So if it was construed like that, then that is not what I meant. The issue about the coffee, the cartels, and the colluding in prices.
You already said you will dismantle them.
Yeah, I will dismantle them.
Yes. And improve on the veterinary.
The veterinary, yes, it is. I know I was briefed that Mr. Speaker said that they are registered at many legal instruments. So we are going to, if I am approved, we are going to work with them to see that because they are very critical. Veterinary service is very critical, especially on the livestock side.
Thank you. And if in case we approve your nomination, don't be limited or curtailed by the boundary between the county governments and the national government, because you have a duty on formulating policy that helps this ministry, all its departments across the country, both at the national level and at the county levels. I'll ask you a few minor questions, but none the less important. Dr. Karanja, have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
No, Mr. Speaker, sir.
There is a man, Onyango, who has written saying your conduct and integrity as a nominee is not good because you have faced one or multiple allegations of unethical behavior and participation in corrupt and illegal activities. Is it true?
Not
he has
true.
Provided no evidence, but that's what he says.
That is not true, Mr. Speaker, sir, because yes. I have never participated in such kind of activity.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Within Kenya?
No, Mr. Speaker, sir.
What is your net worth?
My net worth is 214 million shillings.
Yes, made out of?
Made up of my residence, my family residences. Mm-hmm. We have apartments. I have vehicles. We have plots and land. I have deposits in a bank's account.
Okay. Yesterday, we had 5 candidates. We asked them many questions, ending with this minor question on their net worth. But the media only picked the net worth and forgot everything else. We want the media to be fair to both the candidates for appointment and the committee, because we are not here to evaluate the wealth of candidates. We are evaluating their suitability to hold public office to which they are nominated. Yes.
Just one thing, Honorable Chair. The last time when I was in the energy sector, KenGen came up with a policy. They wanted to start doing production of ammonia in Naivasha, which is a very big byproduct for production of fertilizer. Maybe Dr. Karanja can tell us whether instead of, because the biggest chunk of our fertilizer is imported, and if we could be able to produce ammonia, which is a very, very big component in fertilizer production, then maybe that can go towards addressing most of the fertilizer issues. Thank you, Chair.
That's good information for you, Dr. Karanja. You can go with it, and we'll now release you. Go with your original documents after having been checked with what we have in our possession and found to be correct. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I would like to thank you and all the members for the good engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 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 Than
Sergeant, you can escort the nominee.
Mr. Speaker, on that issue of declaration of wealth, you know, since our media colleagues are here before the other nominee comes in, I know it's the newspapers that largely reported on it, which is okay because it's part of the vetting process. But you know, if these honorable members also here declared their wealth, there are others who are worth much more than that. Like my friend here, Junet. I know if he was to declare his wealth, having been a member of parliament and a businessman of many years.
Mr. Speaker, that is being malicious, Mr. Speaker, and he has been sent to finish me. Yeah, I don't know about you.
My only concern is that you asked the candidates many incisive questions, and the question of their worth was at the tail end of every interview. And even the candidates gave very clear explanations, like Soipan said, her growth is because of the appreciation of the assets that she had. And I believe it applied to everybody. But what we see in the headlines is totally different.
In fact, the Honorable Soipan said appreciation of land and a house she has acquired in Nairobi. And I think it's important for the public to also know all these cabinet secretaries once appointed into office, just like members of parliament, access mortgage facilities to buy a property in Nairobi if you didn't have one. Soipan has also been a member of parliament for 3 terms. So it's fair because maybe next time it will be these members here will be here being vetted to appreciate that Honorable Mary Amase has been a member of parliament for 3 terms, whatever she is worth, and she also has other consultancy she does and other businesses.
What about me 6 terms?
We will only question what you will own if you are to declare here.
Mr. Speaker, on the same breath, even Honorable Soipan went ahead and declared even the loans. And if you look at her declaration, she has a loan of 49 million shillings, which is not yet paid and removed from the net worth. So we need to be sensitive on some of these.
Speaker,
Yes,
Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, I just said I think it's also important for members of the media to understand that the fact that you own properties or your net worth is high is not a disqualification, or it does not make you unsuitable. And the fact that you declare your wealth is not for use now, but for use in future. If, let's say, your wealth that you declared at the time of entering office, if there is alleged corruption against you, that is used to assess whether you legally acquired the property while in office. So it's not for use now. Similarly, the wealth declaration form, the wealth declaration form and the self-declaration form that is deposited at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Authority, I know that the EACC have spoken in the media the day before yesterday and said that they clear candidates. EACC has no authority whatsoever in law to clear anyone. They can only investigate you for corruption. So the self-declaration form is for custody by EACC for future investigation should they be necessary. Similarly, the wealth declaration form that public servants leave with their employees is for use only at the time that you're being investigated and they have received a court order asking for the wealth declaration form. So it's important that the media get the facts right. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me explain this. Mr. Speaker, there is no harm in somebody being rich. And there is no harm, it is not a crime, and somebody being poor. But what I think people expect is just a proper explanation on how, when you declare this is my wealth, what is the source, what is it? The question that has come up is, let's say you have worked for 30 years and you made a wealth of 400 million. and you have worked for 2 years, and you have made a wealth of 150 million. So that's the comparison that they are looking at. If you explain how you made that 150, there is no harm, Mr. Speaker. Richness is not a crime, as you say. I agree with you. And poor is dangerous.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is not even new. When we did the vetting last time, all headlines talked about the billions and the hundreds of millions that the nominees were worth. So I think it's something that maybe the media feels can sell. And because of freedom of media, we can allow them to report it the way they see it.
Curtailing their freedom at all.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that Ishungwa is worth 5 billion as of now. So
why are you understating him?
Honorable Speaker, I was wondering why he's understating.
Why are you understating him? Can we break for 10 minutes? The meeting is called to order. Rahim, umekubali nini? Namuguka?
I was telling you no preamble speeches before the question. Even the candidate gets confused.
Honorable members.
Even the candidate gets confused.
Honorable members.
Even the candidate gets confused.
Honorable members. We should call in. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
You are Honorable Adan Bare Duale, EGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome to familiar ground.
Absolutely.
You have the privilege of being vetted twice within 2 years, and you're welcome to this parliamentary committee on appointments. I'm the chairman, the Speaker of the National Assembly. We have the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss. We have Njoroge, our clerk. I'll invite all the members to introduce themselves for the record, starting with Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohamed.
Nelson Koech.
Kosing David.
Gikaria David.
Abdul Rahim Daud.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi.
George Gitonga Murugara.
Owen Baya.
Robert Mbui.
Dedoraso. Abdishurie.
Shimboko.
Dehab Mukami.
Caleb Amisi Sabot.
Thank you. Honorable Duale, you know you have appeared here before, so before we start, we'll take your evidence on oath. So you have a choice between the Quran, the Bible, or affirmation. You obviously is the Quran.
I have only one choice.
Take the Quran in your right hand, be upstanding. And recite the oath that the sergeant will.
Bismillah. I, Aden Bare Duale, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And take your seats and sign the oath. You may also pass on your documents to the clerk for him to be able to cross-check with what is in our possession. So we'll start, Honorable Duale, by asking you introductory questions. Tell us your name, your education background, your work experience, your competences, that lead to your suitability for the appointment that you have had.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the Appointment Committee. Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank you and this committee and the entire House for giving me this opportunity to appear for vetting for the second time. I also want to thank His Excellency the President for according me a second opportunity in a different ministry to serve the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Garissa. I went to school there, Garissa High School, Boys Town Primary School, Moi Forces Academy. I did my first graduate degree in Moi University, Bachelor of Education Economics. And finally, I did my master's in business administration in 2011 at Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. I worked in the private sector. I was a businessman before I joined politics in 2007. I served the people of Dugis between 2008 and 2013. During the Grand Coalition government, I was an assistant minister for livestock. I served with you, Mr. Speaker, in that government as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. And between 2013 and 2014, the people of Garissa Township gave me an opportunity to serve them again, and again to serve them between 2017 and 2022. And again, they gave me an opportunity to serve them between 2022 for about 2-3 months. So I served as a member of parliament for 4 consecutive terms, which the last one I did not complete because the president in his wisdom poached me from the legislature and to help him in the executive. I was the first majority leader under the 2010 Constitution. I served for 8 years. I led in making sure that the government business during that period sailed through. Over 150 bills were enacted, had my signature. And Mr. Speaker, I had a wonderful time working with a cross-section of leaders from different parts of our country, from different gender and age, and from different political formation. As the Minister for Defense for the last 2 years and 1 month, Mr. Speaker, my record speaks for it. Today, I can confirm without fear of contradiction that the housing project, since independence, over 4,000 housing units are under construction, launched them in Laikipia, in Nyanyuki, in Gilgil, in Mariakani, in Roysambu. Through this August House, I passed the Prime Healthcare Fund, where now the Kenyan citizens have an opportunity partially to access the robust medical facilities and hospitals, the level 5 and level 4 hospitals of the Kenya Defense Forces. If you are in Eldoret, if you are in Nakuru, if you are in Mombasa, if you are in Nairobi, you can at certain level access. Through this House, Mr. Speaker, I passed the National Peace Fund, which is now domiciled, that helps our men and women in uniform who serve in peace missions. Today, there's enough resources to buy them the required equipments within the standard of the UN peacekeeping missions. On defense diplomacy, Mr. Speaker, I am the first minister in the history of Kenya to host the US Secretary of Defense, to host the British, the UK Minister for Armed Forces. Today, as I leave the Minister of Defense, through what they call the excess defense article, 150 vehicles, anti-mine vehicles have been donated to the Kenya Defense Forces. I secured $57 million for the expansion of the Manda airstrip in a partnership between Kenya and the US. The National Defense College today, under the support of the partnership we have with the US government, is constructing the largest in our region, the School of Strategic and Security Studies, to the tune of $5 billion because of that. And finally, I want to say it, the only center, the Center for Terrorism, Counterterrorism, Counterinsurgency in Laikipia, funded by the US, UK, and the Kenya government. One of its type is ready for commissioning. Of course, in the war against terror, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years, Boni is safe, the North is safe, Nairobi is safe. Kenya Defense Forces have taken the war to Al-Shabaab inside Somalia. We will not anymore, at any given time, we're not going to wait for them at our borders. We will not allow them to come to our cities. We have taken the war to them. So, Mr. Speaker, my qualifications, academic qualifications, my experience as a member of parliament and as a leader in this country, the stint I had as the Minister of Defense, my age, my role in the private sector and business gives me the required testimonial. But finally, to say, Mr. Speaker, I have never been indicted in any adversely in any report of Parliament. I have always had clearance from the criminal justice system, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the DCI. I have never violated Chapter 6 of the Constitution, never violated Article 75 of the Constitution, and I think I am ready and willing to serve the people of Kenya in the docket of environment, climate change, and forestry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Duale. We'll now start off with members asking you some questions. Try to be concise and precise in the answers in the interest of time. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Duale, you will recall that during COP27, the President made it clear that Kenya's biggest export would be carbon credits, and asked for a simple and transparent system of ensuring that people can access these market systems, and not just the intermediaries, but also down to the local people. If approved, how are you going to ensure that this carbon trading trickles down right to the small communities? And in connection to that, on the 22nd of December 2022, the government launched the African Landscape Restoration Initiative. It pledged to the world that it should plant 15 billion trees by 2032. That is 15 billion trees in 10 years. That, if my calculation is correct, it's 4 million trees a day. If approved, what measures will you put in place to ensure that you don't let down the President and achieve this ambitious project? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Speaker, carbon credit, carbon markets, carbon trading, carbon offsets, these are very key fundamental terminologies within the reading of the climate change. And this August House, Mr. Speaker, last year amended the Climate Change Act. To be more precise, in September, just before we had the Africa Climate Summit. Two, our President is currently the chairman of heads of state and government of the Climate Summit in Africa. Carbon credit or carbon market is very, very important to our communities. Our communities, mainly in the ASAL, play a very, very big role. Companies abroad in the developed world who are responsible for the emission of the greenhouse gas, which in our case, our contribution is only 0.3%. While we only contribute 0.3%, on the flip side, we are the biggest victims, we are the vulnerables. So these companies, whether they're in the oil exploration, whether they're in the airline industry, they pollute the outer atmosphere. And they get involved in carbon trading and carbon market. Carbon market is just where you provide a mechanism, an infrastructure where both the private and the public sector engage in that. So to the question of Honorable Deputy Speaker, that amendment that this House did created a very robust legislation where the role of the community, particularly in land carbon projects. And I'll give an example in the northern Kenya, the so-called Northern Rangeland Trust. Before communities were evicted from those lands, before this law, there was cultural disruption by these project proponents. Before this law, because there was a lacuna, there was no even register for the carbon markets. Today, I want to report that the law this House has passed gives communities 40% of whatever carbon markets resources are received from the developed world. Today, NEMA as an organization is a custodian of the register. A company cannot just come into our country and go to our forested areas, can go to our rangelands and enter into an agreement with the project implementers. The community has a role, the community has a percentage, and even in that same amendment law, you created the element of the offenses. That today in our country, if you commit certain crimes, even money laundering in carbon credit business, falsification, not involving the communities, then you need to have to play. So I want to assure, if this committee approves me, that my mantra will be public participation, public consultation at the community level. Communities will have a role. On the second most important element is the restoration program that has been started by the President of the Republic of Kenya in December, where we said we must restore our rangelands, where we are going to plant 15 billion trees, restore also our forest, because currently our forest cover is 12.13%, and we anticipate that by 2032 we must reach 30%, from 12.1 to 30% forest cover. Tree cover. Our forest cover as of now is about 8.83%. So, Mr. Speaker, a number of strategies has been put in place so far to give the status. So far, we have done 400 million trees out of the 15 billion. That is not a very good indicator. I think we're not doing very well. And I want to do a number of things if this committee approves me. Number one, and it has happened in other countries like Ethiopia, it can't be a trickle down. The restoration program, the planting of trees, must be a bottom-up approach. The communities must own it. It must be citizen-driven. And we must mix it with a situation where 10 to 15% of the trees we are going to plant must be fruit trees, that communities see the value, that as you plant trees, they also plant mango, they plant many, many other fruit trees that will entice our communities at the rural sections of our society. Two, this program requires serious resource mobilization. So there will be a resource mobilization both by government, by donors, by the private sector. Thirdly, and most important, we must preserve the current forest that we have. We need to do 11 million kilometers of fence of all the forests that we have in our country. Thirdly, the private sector must be given a space. Private sector, where the corporates have a role in all their strategic partners, whether it's Safaricom, whether it's the banks, that every section of our degraded forest area a certain private sector person is given to, and they can use it even to rebrand it and even own it. So, Mr. Speaker, communities play a very big role, and I am sure right now as we speak, 4 ministries are leading: the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Environment. There are 3 ministries which are at the bottom, including the Ministry of Agriculture. If this committee approves me, Mr. Speaker and honorable committee members, I think this is a game changer. On the flip side of it, Mr. Speaker, that again will be linked to the carbon credit. A lot of resources will come to our country, because the more we restore our forest, the more we'll play a role in the reduction of the emissions, the greenhouse emissions. So on one side, it's good for our country. We will increase our forest cover. It's in the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, let me say it. In our preamble, Article 4 of our preamble talks about the environment. We must preserve our environment. It's our heritage. So it is, it's not even an article of the Constitution. It is in the 4th preamble of our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. In the next questions, Honorable Dwale tried to hit pointed answers. That was a good introduction to what is actually the epicenter of your ministry. I'll now ask the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe just to start with a clarification, Honorable Dwale, you said you work with corporates to restore degraded forest and own it. I hope you said you don't mean to transfer ownership to the corporates. I hope it's to own the work.
And they can use it for branding.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what you've said, because you've, as the Speaker said, you've really taken care of the carbon credits issue. But even as you do that work, Honorable Dwale, you know, we have very many petitions in Parliament on degazetted forests and forests that are grabbed. I would want to hear how you intend to work with Parliament, especially in dealing with all those issues, land issues around degazettement, encroachment of forests, and outright land grabbing of forested areas. Case in point, I'm aware, I know, and I don't know if you may be aware, of the Ololua forest matter just outside Nairobi, and what you would intend to do to reclaim all this grabbed forest land.
Mr. Speaker, when I look at the ministry and even Parliament, there are a number of petitions touching on forest, grabbed land of the forest, part of the forest be put under use either for agriculture, for even government offices across the country. And the history of forest being grabbed, being encroached, is as old as the Republic of Kenya. In my entire life in Parliament, from the Mao forest, when the Honorable late Michuki was the Minister for Environment, it's a recurring thing. And what I want to intend, if this House approves me, Mr. Speaker, is first to consolidate all those petitions. Some are genuine, some are out of fraud. Generally deliver a cabinet memo, and the cabinet, the highest decision-making organ of our country, can make a decision on this matter. All the petitions, the ones dealt with the Parliament, the ones which have not been dealt. Coming specifically to Ololua, Mr. Speaker, I want to categorically, without fear of contradiction, say that if this House approves me, in the first 30 days, working with the Minister for Lands and other government agencies,
a number of titles, including and belonging to big people in government, some of them members of parliament, will be revoked. I will revoke those, and I am ready to bear their consequences, particularly for the one on Ololua. I have been briefed, I have listened to experts, and I have seen it's deliberate. In the last 2 years, there are people who got illegal title deeds, and I think it will be the first place I will visit, and also with the Committee on Environment, and I hope the chair is a member of this committee, my chair. We will visit, and please, Mr. Speaker, some of your members might be casualties.
No problem. If you do what is right, we will support you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, is that to say the CS nominee actually knows the grabbers of Ololua Forest? Because he has claimed they are senior government officers, including members of parliament. I hope he's not referring to me since I asked the question.
Mr. Speaker, I am the nominee for the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. So if this House approves me, forestry will be my business. Grabbers of forest land will be my business. Whoever they are, whatever their status is in society. Mr. Speaker, if I just to say it, and I think for record, let me say it. With the last 2 years when I was at the Minister of Defense, and I had the privilege to serve as a member of the National Security Council, and you served as a member of the Security Council when you're Minister of Foreign Affairs. If today I'm asked between Al-Shabaab and corruption, which is a threat to the national security of Kenya, without fear of contradiction, I say corruption is more of a threat to our security and our existence than Al-Shabaab, because Al-Shabaab you can identify, you know their location, you know their capability, but corruption is the one that is killing our country. So, as I go to environment, from NEMA to forestry, at least, if you are hearing me and you sit here or you are somewhere and you have allocated yourself illegally some forest land, be warned if this committee approves me.
Jeanette?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions for the nominee. One is, first, it is one of which is on him, one of the nominees that have come here, Mr. Speaker, and he said, if you approve me, I am carrying an axe on with my hand. I'm going to deal with people. This is very good because many people fear to give you a position. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, what do you think? One issue. What does he think is one issue, environmental issue of high consequence that the country should focus on? That you think, as a country, we should focus on this one environmental issue. Secondly, the government pronounced and said that they want to plant 15 billion trees by 2032. Is that achievable in your view? What do you think? What will be the criteria of achieving that? And lastly, you see, Mr. Speaker, we are now in a public forum. The public is listening to us. And the nominee, whom I know very well, who was our majority leader for many years, whom we found in Parliament, is somebody who does not mince his words, somebody who speaks his mind. He said that there are people who have grabbed land, especially Lulua Forest, and they are public people. There are some of them in high government offices and others even in Parliament. Could he share with us who those people could be, so that we also know that maybe where we are sleeping is maybe not a forest. Maybe some of us are living inside a forest, Mr. Speaker, so we can start packing before he's approved.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Judet has asked me 3 questions. The first question was, what is this one thing that
is serious and a threat to our environment. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, environment, the place of environment is in our preamble of the Constitution. Environment has been cited in Article 42 of the Constitution, that every Kenyan has a right to secure and clean environment. Article 69 of the Constitution talks about citizen rights on environmental issues. And even Article 70, Mr. Speaker, it is very explicit that if the state or any other actors violate the environmental rights of citizens, it says they can go to a court of law. So public participation, stakeholder engagement, citizens' right is very key to environment. But with these rights to the environment comes with responsibility. All of us have a responsibility to protect and preserve our heritage, which is our environment. Three critical things, Honorable Junet, that we are facing as a country. We are facing pollution, very serious, both air and water. We have serious pollution. I am sure some of the members and the citizens listening to me, our air is polluted by industries, by noise pollution. Then you come to our rivers. Our rivers, our oceans are polluted. Mr. Speaker, the three rivers that originate from Honorable Ichungwa's constituency, it's called the Ondiri Swamp. By the time, because of the sewage and all the other things that they pass through, the Athi, the Madare, the Ngong rivers, is completely polluted. The second thing, Honorable Junet, is our biodiversity. Our biodiversity.
But from Dagoretti, the origin is very clean.
Yes. Yes, Honorable. Thank you for that information. Yeah, the origin is clean, but it's very subjective, so we need to go with you and check. So biodiversity. A lot of the biodiversity, whether big, small, our heritage, are finishing. How are they finished? Through agriculture. Even the small insects, through agriculture, through road constructions. You know, infrastructure is a big threat. And then the most now I can pick it, Honorable Junet, is how we manage our waste. The waste management in our country and in our counties is in very dire situation. The law has been passed by this House. MCA of 1999, various amendments, even the coding of our waste. It's a household responsibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, for example, if I pick her, in her own house, she's supposed to have 2 different coded bags. One for the wet waste and one for the dry waste. The person picking it is supposed to have 2 different trucks. When it goes to Dandora's site, it's supposed to have where it can deliver the dry, where it can be recycled, and where it can deliver the organic, where it can be used for fertilizer and many, many things. So those 3 issues, and also the waste management, I think is something that I will maybe later explain we must deal with. The 15 billion tree planting, Ethiopia did 30 billion. Ethiopia is a country that we can be proud of, we can learn a lot. I am ready to go to Ethiopia, I'm ready to walk the talk, help the president, talk to citizens, use leaders who are here. Leaders, stakeholders are very, very important. These tree planting, members of parliament are very, very important. It's not about taking a chopper, planting few trees, you don't know who takes care about them. In fact, the problem is, it's not about, it's planting and then making sure the tree grow. So there is planting and growing. So members of parliament, all of us, the private sector, the public sector, the communities at home, will help us.
Thank you. This time around, I'll start with Miss Caleb. I've been petitioned by Mishi and Mukami that I change tact in who speaks first. You guys will be the last this time.
Mr. Speaker, they didn't consult me. Now you've gotten me off guard, but it's okay.
Give it to Mukami then.
No, I will, Speaker.
And ask, in the interest of time, ask one question, get one answer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask one question because I was trying to prepare the second one. If I get a chance, later I will. There is a major conference happening in November in Azerbaijan and Baku. Do you know the conference, the name, the history, and how Kenya can tap into such global climate conferences in the fight for climate change?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 29th Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, which is known as COP29, will be held in Baku in Azerbaijan between the 11th and 22nd of November this year, inshallah. And Mr. Speaker, on the 11th is the first day for the heads of state and government to have their meeting, and then the next, on the 13th, will be the World Leaders Conference on Climate Change. What are the top priorities that this conference will come up with? One, this conference is supposed to deal with the adaptation of what they call the new collective qualified goal for climate financing. Climate financing has just been a talk show from COP15 in Copenhagen to all the time COP28 in Dubai. So this time we're saying, people are saying we must adapt a proper financing model. The epicenter of climate change and climate adaptation and climate mitigation is around climate financing. So that will be a discussion. That in Copenhagen, which was, I think, COP15, people pledged 100 billion US dollars. Up to now, I think nothing has been given. But for Africa and for Kenya, Mr. Speaker, we are taking the carbon credit issue. This carbon credit issue must be concluded. And again, thirdly, the finalization of the operationalization of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which defines carbon market, is what I think Kenya, led by President Ruto, and all of us, and Africa, we will take it to the table that let us not have a talk show. The UN meetings must come with clear, achievable, clear, deliverable for fighting climate mitigation and climate adaptation.
Mukami.
Speaker, with your permission, kindly, I request to finish the other question with your kind permission. Thank you, because I had to, but it's a privilege of being the first. Thank you, Speaker. I just want to know where the nominee came from, the Ministry of Defense, because I happen to have served in the Committee of Defense and interacted with the ministry a lot. There is something peculiar that happened that I've not seen, where the public officers use defense choppers, military choppers, and the military artillery to move around the country, putting the risk of the defense and of course the officers. In fact, in the public domain, it can be true or not true, which if not true, I will withdraw, is that the military has feared you. You have become more military than the military themselves. Is it true, and why did the military fear you?
I don't think the military fear me, but you have put many things. I don't know. You talked about choppers, and then you brought the issue of fear. So, are you saying I fear going by military choppers?
No, I said
I've never seen other public officers, other than the president, who is the commander-in-chief, using military choppers to move around the country, and other members of the public office who are not in the military. And also, there is a word.
You're talking of civilians? Because military officers are also public officers.
Yeah, like when like the deputy president, like the ministers. This is something that I've never seen for us sometime. So I wanted just him to clarify whether also deputy president is allowed to use military choppers, or was it misuse of power in your, because it's something that I've never seen with the previous ministers.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me say it because it gave me a lot of bad publicity. But when you serve in a public office, that's part of life. Within the reading and the instruction of the Commander-in-Chief, at the Ministry of Defense, the Commander-in-Chief is the President. The President and the First Lady are the people allowed to use military air assets with a rider. If the Commander-in-Chief allows the Speaker of the National Assembly to be airlifted from Nairobi to Bungoma, that is in order, but with the concurrence of the Commander-in-Chief. I don't know, I don't think the rank and the file and the leadership of the Defense Ministry fear me. Maybe my style. And I'll take the same style to Forest. I'll take the same style. I had the same style in Parliament.
We have no evidence that they fear you. Mukami?
Thank you, Chair. Given the recent concerns about the government directives on grazing within the forest, the foresters are really harassing the communities. What are the long-term plans for collaborating with communities living near the forests? The other one is about the floods. Recently, the country experienced floods that left many stranded on account of ineffective rescue operations. If approved, how best would you collaborate with the relevant agencies to ensure rapid rescue operations during such incidents? Thank you.
Hold Duale Mishi. Let's take Tutu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, before I raise my questions, I just want to ask the nominee just to clear some airs for the benefit of the public, because when His Excellency the President pronounced the list of the nominee, he was given the defense docket. But when the list came to the Parliament, he was under the environment, climate and forestry docket. So Kenyans are asking, is it maybe the President was doubting his ability and leadership capacity, or what was the reason? I just want him maybe to clear the murmurs by the public. My questions. My first question, in accordance with the fourth schedule.
Ask one, Mishi, so ask only another.
Yeah, in accordance with the fourth schedule of the Constitution, environmental conservation is a function of both the national and the county government. How are you going to ensure collaboration between those two governments, that is the national and the county government, so that you also avoid duplication of programs in terms of the same function? The last one, maybe it is how are you going to improve and maybe safeguard those Kenyans who are living or are located near the refinery and chemical plants, because there's a lot of pollution. Thank you.
Yes, nominee.
Chair, let me start with Honorable Mishi. Even after this, in the event this committee approves me, and before even I'm appointed, the President has a prerogative right to assign me even another ministry. So he might even take me from environment to somewhere else if this committee approves me. So Honorable Mishi, that is the powers of the President. After all of us are approved, in 1 week he can reshuffle, and maybe he might even take me back to defense.
or foreign affairs, or even gender, or even youth affairs and sports. And I am ready, or education. I am ready to serve in any capacity that the president finds it, deems it right. The second one, I think, is a very good question. Environmental matters is devolved under the fourth schedule. And at the county level, we have a very good relationship. We have got the county environmental committees appointed by the governors. The chair on behalf of the governor is the CEC for environment. The secretary is our county director of NEMA. And that's how they work together with all the other multi-agency team. But soon, if this committee appoints me, we are trying to create now, and we hope if this committee appoints me, we are going to sign a more intergovernmental environmental framework between the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry and the Council of Governors, where I will sign and the chair of the Council of Governors will sign. On grazing, Honorable Nyokapi, this is a very, very complex issue.
Honorable Mukami.
Mukami, my very good friend, the women rep of Nyeri County. Under the Forestry Act, we have created a very robust, because we cannot conserve, we cannot restore, we cannot manage our forest and our wetlands without the involvement of the communities and the citizens who live around those forests. So this house, in its wisdom in lawmaking, they created something called Community Forest Association. And these community forest associations are the ones who are supposed to guide at what part of the forest do people graze. How far do they graze? Do they graze where we have doing regeneration of the forest? So what are we doing to make sure that we don't have a conflict? And Mr. Speaker, in some of the forests, unfortunately, powerful people in government, in the private sector, who own thousands of livestock, graze in those forests. I'm sorry to say that. But if this House approves me and I become the minister, I want to do some key long-term plans. One, just to have to review the whole grazing management plans, how we can regulate the authorized grazing in our forest ecosystem, how we can fence off areas where we feel are very sensitive in the forest, that we don't allow our animals or our farmers to farm. And lastly, I think the forest community management regulation of 2016 has not been operationalized, and I'm going to operationalize with the approval of this House, because that will give them the rights. The Speaker, the second question of Honorable Mukami, I didn't get it. If you can repeat it. Oh, yeah, it was about the floods. Yes. Mr. Speaker, climate change today is the biggest threat to humanity. I mean, you can see what's happening in India and Ethiopia in the last 1 week. Thousands of people have died because of the mudslide. You have seen the wildfires in California. You have seen the hurricanes, what they're doing, kind of destruction. And coming back home, the last 2 years, we had a severe drought that killed many livestock, affected our farmers, affected food security, destroyed, and then next after the drought, we had the floods, which again affected livelihoods, destroyed our infrastructure, roads, and farms, and livestock was swept away. So, and that's why, because of the climate change and all this, one of the issues why we're having 15 billion trees is to recover our forest ecosystem, restoration, regeneration, bring back our diversity, biodiversity. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I have tried to answer the questions of...
Honorable Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Part of my question was not answered. Chairman, I was asking this question: how do we improve the health of communities which are living near a polluted site? I'm asking this because in my constituency, there is a plant built by Titanium Base who are doing some mining in Kwale, and there's no mitigation which has been done, and it's a residential area. That is why I was asking that question specifically.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to answer that question. Let me answer it. It's not only in Likoni, Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem between how county governments enforce their physical planning and zoning of areas and the role of environmental institutions in making sure that zoning is respected. Mr. Speaker, even here in Nairobi, you'll find county governments with no regard to the law, to the Physical Planning Act, allowing industry and factories to be established in residential areas and bars and bring noise pollution. The same, you cannot have a refinery next to a residential area. The laws, the environmental laws, the Physical Planning Act, the Land Use Act, all those don't allow it. So, Mheshimiwa Mishi, this is because of corruption. And Mr. Speaker, that's why you see even skyscrapers are appearing next to each other, buildings which has no ventilation, they have no air, there's no sand, particularly in this cold weather of July. Your children will live in an apartment, they will never see the sun, they'll never get the fresh air. So all this, Mr. Speaker, if I am confirmed, I want to assure this House, and governors must listen to me, and we are going to do an audit. NEMA is going to do an audit of all factories and industries which are established in residential areas, and we will revoke their licenses. There must be order. There must be respect for environment as we build our country.
Sharia, you'll pass. Razo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Duale, you are the immediate former Cabinet Secretary for Defense. And defense in our country is a celebrated institution. As you move to environment, if the House confirms your nomination, what are some of the good things that you have seen in defense that you are likely to carry over? Secondly, is the issue of environment. I want to say without benefit of doubt, if the members of parliament are not used in planting trees, in conserving the environment, then that thing is bound to fail, and it will fail seriously. In northern Kenya, currently, the Northern Rangeland Trust, NGOs, are the ones that are being used for conservation, environmental support programs. But at the same time, we have left out KWS and forestry, which is a very serious omission. Going forward, maybe tell us what plans you may have, so that institutions of government are not killed silently by non-governmental actors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. The nominee, Honorable Duale, karibu bunge tena. My question is that Kenya hosts one of the United Nations Environmental Office and Program in Nairobi at Gigiri. And the people of Kenya, especially at the grassroots level, I doubt whether they can fill this office, and it's a UN office. If approved by this Augusta House, can you tell us how will you leverage on that status, and how will Kenyans fill this office and make a difference in our nation for the betterment of our environment? Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. What do I carry from defense? Of course, I'll not carry the guns, I'll not carry the arsenal and everything, but from a human resource part, I'll carry the discipline that I have learned in defense. I'll carry the order and implementation of task done very fast. I will carry the patriotism they have to the country, and I will carry the respect that they give to each other within the rank and the file, and the teamwork that we had at the defense. Those are things. Secondly, I think on the conservancy, Northern Trust, I think, is one of the biggest. There are many conservancies. Most of them, Mr. Speaker, they're not under my ministry, they're under the Ministry of Wildlife. They have airstrips. But I think working with the other ministries and working with the leaders, working with the stakeholders, even working with some of our security agents, we need to have a conversation on how these conservancies, and particularly members of parliament from the Asal region, on how these conservancies are run, how they are managed, what is the benefit to the communities, how will they behave when there is a conflict, particularly during the drought. Our animals, the animals of the people in the Asal, when there is a lack of water and pasture, they enter. Honorable Osuda will agree with me, in Samburu, there's a lot of conflict. So I think we need to have a more bigger conversation. We need to discuss about the carbon market, how much they're getting, the Northern Trust Fund, vis-a-vis, are they implementing the 40% that the law and the regulations give to the people? Honorable Mule, we are a very privileged country. We are a very privileged because we host UNEP and UN Habitat. These are the only UN agencies in the global south. So it's a big privilege and honor for our country. And in fact, that's why in some quarters, Nairobi is called the environmental capital of the world. And it's the only UN body. And this is where you have the expertise, the knowledge, the pool of experts, the top world experts on environment are based in Nairobi. They advise governments very, very far away from Nairobi. As Kenyans, as a minister for nominee for environment, I want to assure you that that proximity we have to this institution, it must work in our favor. We must use the skilled labor. We must use the experts that we have. We must use the data they have to build our own environmental data. We must use them to build the capacity and the skills of our staff in our country, in the midst of environment. We must do technology and skill transfer from the men and women who work. And as the focal ministry to UNEP, I want to assure this committee that I will work very, very, very closely with them, and I'll work also very, very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the two ambassadors, or the ambassador who is second or posted to UNEP and UN Habitat. I'll work with them, that we must make sure that this important institution help us We are trying to build, lastly, what we call the State of the Environment Report. The State of the Environment Report, a very important report that will come to Parliament. We must leverage on the skills, on the experts who work and who come from globally at the United Nations Environmental Program and UN Habitat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee Aden Duale, you know, the Ministry of Environment requires a no-nonsense CS like Mishuki. You know, remember when Mishuki went to transport, he cleaned up the public transport system. And when he went to environment, he actually cleaned up Nairobi River. You could even drink the water then. But after he left, he just went back to the bad old days. Now, for us to be able to gauge your suitability, it is important that we make reference to the position that you have held, which we are aware of. And so I have two questions based on your suitability, based on your experience, your past experience. First one is corruption in the recruitment of military officers. You have been in the docket of defense, and from yesterday there was a lot of discussion about how much Kenyans have to pay so that their sons or daughters are recruited into the military. What did you do about these menace when you are CS for defense? And secondly, in the recent demos, when Kenyans were exercising their constitutional rights under Article 37, the military was deployed to Kenyan streets via Gazette Notice 7861, signed by you on 25th of June 2024. Now, unlike police that use tear gas, canisters, batons, rubber bullets, water cannons, the military is known for live bullets, grenades, assault rifles, tankers, and bombs. Now, what was the intention behind sending the military to the streets? Was there a plan to shoot to kill demonstrators?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not John Michuki, but I will be like John Michuki. I can assure the member that I'll try my best. Nairobi River Commission used to be under the Ministry of Environment. Now it's not under me. It's under the Deputy President. But we need to deal with the Nairobi River Commission. The pollution that is going on in Nairobi River Commission, Nairobi rivers, because of the dysfunctional sewage system, which needs to be upgraded. The dumping sites of Nairobi County, all of them, including Dandora, are on Nairobi and Nairobi rivers. So the governor of Nairobi at some stage, and I hope he will listen to me if I'm appointed, he has to look for other dumping sites outside the Nairobi River Causeway, Rivers Causeway. So coming to military recruitment, I agree with you, it's a systemic issue. And I was watching yesterday, the speaker said, the president himself is concerned. But we have agreed before I left the Ministry of Defense that going forward, before the next recruitment, we must sit, we must have a conversation. The way the speaker said yesterday, I was watching him, we must communicate candid to the public, and we must deal with that monster. It cannot be a situation where few people are taken to court-martialed. Kenyans, in their mind, are saying, for you to join the military, and based on the national security sections, is supposed to be the face of Kenya. Kenyans, for them to join the military, they must pay between 400 to 500,000. I think that is unacceptable. If more, that's unacceptable, and it's part of the corruption that I was telling you, which is I think all of us together, the citizens themselves, the anti-corruption agencies, all of us together, we must face on. Why did I deploy KDF? I did not deploy KDF. The framers of the Constitution put Article 241, 3B, and 3C in the Constitution. So Kenya Defense Forces are in the streets. They're in Boni Forest fighting Al-Shabaab. They're in North Rift making sure that we deal with the banditry. They were in Westgate during the terror attack. They were in Garissa University during the terror attack where we lost many people. So for peace, public order, public safety, where the police are overwhelmed, Article 241(3)(b) kicks in the function of the Minister for Defense. By then, me is once the article kicks in, then I am supposed to do certain subsidiary legislation. I gazette. And Mr. Speaker, all of us know Article 132 of the Constitution obligates the President to protect the other arms of government. He is the chair of the National Security Council. That day, the Office of the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court, as an institution, was under threat, under attack. Parliament and the colleagues sitting here, if KDF did not come to assist the other security agents, God forbid, many members of Parliament could have died, including our Speaker. Parliament could have been burnt. I will not be that irresponsible as a Minister of Defense with a provision of the Constitution, I used the law. And then the House went further the next morning, because it was going on a very long recess. They invoked Article 241(3)(c). But when LSK went to court, Justice Mugambe, I don't want to discuss more because the matter is still in court, gave orders that I should give and gazette and do a new gazette on the terms of engagement, on how many places, and I said in the 47 places. Ours was to protect key institution. Parliament is a symbol of democracy and governance. It is a home of the people's representatives. Mr. Speaker, all my life in Parliament, people used to come and present petitions. And any member of Parliament who's outside, near the gate, used to receive and take it to the office of the clerk or the office of the Speaker. I have never seen where people want to come and ban Parliament. So I think I want to thank the framers of the Constitution. I participated, the Speaker participated, many other members participated. I think it's today and that day, 25th of June, I realize how important Article 241(3)(b) and (c) is.
Owen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask a question to the nominee, Honorable Duale. Just one question, that this country envisages to have a nuclear plant in a place called Uyombo in Kilifi County. Without due regard to the environmental issues in question, like the delicate ecosystem, the people, and the environment. Honorable Duale, going forward, if you are given this opportunity, how do you intend to treat this threat to the people of Uyombo in terms of nuclear plant in their radioactivity materials and nuclear waste and the hazards that come with nuclear installations? Just that my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Owen Bayer. I think it's the same thing I was saying. How did the county government of Kilifi give land? So I want to assure you and this House and the people of Kilifi, if I am confirmed, it will be the first thing I'm going to do, go to that site, make sure all the environmental impact assessments are done, the people have participated, their views collected. And Mr. Speaker, environment is very key. I said Article 70 of the Constitution says if a citizen feels that his rights have been curtailed in an environmental matter, it says go to the court. Public participation is very important. I will be the first person. I won't wait for you to send, if I'm approved, to summon me to Parliament on Wednesday morning. I'll do, it will be on my table. I'll deal with it.
Murugara? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Duale, there's a very bad scenario that is faced countrywide, especially as regards our riverine areas and the rivers themselves emanating from Mount Kenya, Aberdares, whereby almost half the year now they are drying up. We are told the reasons is environmental degradation, but also climate change is blamed. As human beings, we cannot sit pretty. We must have policies in place to ensure that these rivers do not disappear forever. What policies are you likely to put in place to ensure that we recover these rivers, which are actually the bottom line of our livelihoods?
Thank you, Honorable Murugara.
Ferdinand, let's take two.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duale. If you are actually confirmed by this committee, first of all, I want to thank you, and I will tell you that I think that I've witnessed extensive planting of efforts by the ministry in which you have been assigned. Now, to ensure that we retain that, I just want to ask you if it's possible, instead of actually interfering with the planting, what have you, in agriculture areas, is it possible, are you able to agree with me that you can now plant trees along the roads? I say this because I went to Denmark and I was surprised. The roads are all covered because we got 6 meters from the center, and that is an area that I think we can plant trees in all these areas. Secondly, and lastly, I come from slopes of Mount Elgon. I can tell you, when I was growing up, that area, forest was very thick, and it was actually an attraction of the rains. Today, it's being cleared. So what are you going to do if you get this opportunity as a Minister for Environment? What do you want to do to save Mount Elgon? And of course, I don't know about Mount Kenya and other places. Mount Elgon, where I saw thick forests being cleared now. What are you going to do?
Nominee.
Honorable Speaker, let me start with Honorable Murugara. Yes, even at the downstream of where I come from, Garissa, Tana River, you'll find the water level of Tana River, getting it from Aberdares, Mount Kenya, and all that, is reducing. And I agree with you. It's all about environmental degradation. And that's why these 15 billion trees will help us to restore, to regenerate our forests. Forests play a very key role in making sure that our rivers have enough water, they are safe, they're sound. But there's another element where people have put big farms, flower farms, upstream, and use the water. So the water, in fact, is reduced because of human activity in the agriculture. And I think that should be another conversation that we will need to have. Honorable Wanyonyi, yes, roads is part of the, in these 15 billion trees. We have talked to the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Roads that going forward, construction of roads, mainly even in the highways, the contractor is obligated to plant trees and nurture them until they grow as part of the contract. You have seen and you have gone in many of the Western world during mainly summer. You think you are driving in a highway, but both sides of the road is forested. This can be done, and we have agreed with the President and other stakeholders, even before I came to environment, that should be one. And the contractors, it becomes part of their contract. Even now, we can still tell the contractors who are maintaining the roads, now we have a maintenance aspect, so that they can do it. Mount Elgon is part of why we should increase from 12.3% to 30% by 20. In all our wetlands, we have 11,000 wetlands. We have 8.8 forest cover. For us to increase, I think we will speak on Mount Elgon and all the areas which have been degraded, we will start doing the restoration and afforestation programs under the 15 billion presidential program.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want Honorable Duale he has talked about recycling, but we have a problem with recycling that the refuse collection which is done poorly, and then it is gone and put into our forests and wetlands. What will he do if he is confirmed? Secondly, you have talked about CFAs. There are agreements of CFAs, Community Forest Associations, whereby my predecessor, long time back, Honorable David Muiraria, the late, he had introduced the Shamba system, where people could go and take care of the trees in the forest, as well as do Shambas, plant and take care. Because there is a problem in our forests, Nominee, because there is lantana shrub. I don't know if you have heard of lantana. And that shrub, you cannot remove it. It's so expensive to remove. And the forest associations do remove it when they are planting. And I believe the Ministry of Forestry cannot remove it because the funds are not available. What would you think about that? You talked about noise pollution. That's the last one, Mr. Speaker. You talked about noise pollution, and NEMA is in charge. But Honorable Duale, you know, NEMA, it's like as if it does not have teeth. Because there is noise pollution from bars, from nightclubs, from religious institutions as well. And it's a menace. So how will you handle it if NEMA do not handle it? Thank you.
Mary Massey.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My concern is still on waste. You know, waste is a nuisance. I'm wondering what mechanisms or interventions you intend to employ to address the menace of waste, so that we convert it from being a nuisance to a resource. Recycle, reuse, produce, regenerate energy, name it, because it is a real issue. Outline for us those interventions that you will employ. Secondly, I want to pick it from the question that was asked by Honorable Mbui on corruption. You've said yourself, corruption is killing our country. And I remember when we interviewed you on your first nomination, we still raised this issue of corruption in recruitment of officers to KDF. And you promised us here that you're going to deliver. But Honorable Duale, I put it to you that you disappointed the country. During that time, the amount that was being paid was between 300 to 400. But during your time, you presided over an increase from now from 300 to 400 to 700 to 1 million. And as representatives of the people, our constituents report this to us. At some point, even efforts to reach you were not fruitful. You could not pick our calls. So now, my question is, why should we trust you? Why should we believe you? Why should we believe that you are not going to transfer this corruption to the Ministry of Environment? Because even there's recruitment of forest to others. You need to assure Kenyans that you will do something when you get to the Ministry of Environment. Lastly, Honorable Chairman.
Last two.
On deforestation.
Okay.
There's a lot of felling of trees, even in public forests. We are saying, let us plant trees. Let us plant. But what are we doing about deforestation? Can I ask the last one that have been requested by the public?
Go ahead.
A member of the public has asked me to ask Honorable Duale, what is your connection with the Juja International Abattoir in Mrima in Juja? It has environmental wastage. I don't know what that means. Probably you can give your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Let me start with something Murima Juja. Maybe the people who I sell my fattened bulls take to many slaughterhouse. If they buy and take it to our slaughterhouse, that is the only relationship I have. I don't own slaughterhouse. I sell to Farmers Choice. I sell to Kenya Meat Commission. I'm a very serious livestock keeper, and I do what we call feedlot. Two, so ask that person, maybe he's looking for another Duale. Let me answer about recruitment. I refuse to pick your call and many other people's calls because of corruption. It's because of the corruption. You wanted me to employ for you people. And many members of parliament will agree with me when even they send me text. I said, please go to the nearest sub-county recruitment center. So I'm very sorry, Honorable Mercy, if I didn't pick your call, I was scared you'll ask me to recruit somebody for you. And that is the level of how I abhor corruption. Two, I think when I went, is the only recruitment that I did under my leadership. The only one. And the speaker said it's a systemic. It was systemic.
Okay, inform him.
Speaker, I must agree if I want to be informed.
Okay, point of order.
I remember the standing orders.
Point of order, Speaker.
Let's hear her.
My call, Honorable Speaker, I was calling the Honorable CS to seek clarification with respect to the concerns that were raised by my constituents, that those who were successful and had reported to the training camp were being chased away over flimsy reasons. And I think I can quote, one of my constituents was told that his testicles are not equal. That is why he's being dismissed or returned from the training camp. So I wanted to seek clarification from the CS to tell me what are the guidelines for one to be recruited. Somebody who is successful, he has already reported and is being chased away. I wanted it to secure that law so that my constituents do not lose it as a representative of the people of Teso South.
Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order? Okay, Mary.
It was very sad indeed. And my constituent lost that slot because I could not get the CS to clarify.
We hear you. Yes.
In fact, I had to look for a chairman of a committee to call the CS on my behalf because I thought because I'm a small person, he can't pick mine.
You are an
He actually
MP.
picked, but I was not helped. I was not helped. I am speaking on behalf of the people of Teso South.
Good. But you are vetting him on behalf of Kenyans.
Yes.
Yes, on behalf of Kenyans.
Yes.
And it did not only happen to Teso South. Many Kenyans were returned from the training camp. And we are told those slots were sold again to some waiting rich guys with 1,700,000. It cannot continue. And we made it very clear to the CS nominee for defense that it should not repeat itself next time.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I want to sympathize with my colleague. And that issue has been rampant, people complaining. But the only thing I'm wondering with is if the CS of defense by then could do measurement of testicles. It's what I don't know. That's what I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, let me, because it's a, Mr. Speaker, let me make it very clear that the grounds given for the rejection of that recruit from Teso South is valid. Next year, if such a person comes, he will not be recruited into the Kenya Defense Force. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Defense Force's recruitment is different from the recruitment of the police. When people are recruited at the sub-counties and they come, a very serious medical checks takes place. A number of people are sent because of medical ailments. And I think the former
Vice Chief
Are
of Defense.
unequal testicles elements?
Yeah, there were people.
Women can know that, Chair.
Mr.
Only
Speaker,
women can know that.
if you allow me to finish, there are many. The testicle that I want to go into is one of them. There are many, and the chairman of defense will agree. They measure.
Point of order.
Let me finish before the point of order. Mr. Speaker, there are many colleagues. There are many colleagues. There are many leaders who sent me why their person has been chased. And in 10 minutes, the leadership of KDF could give me 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons, measurements including. So I am sure the next.
Women to assist them.
Not only on this. So, Mr. Speaker, there are certain criteria. There are many, and those who leave, they are not replaced. And I think let us not discuss, with your permission, the Kenya Defense Forces in a very negative. They have a special place in that, but the chairman of defense can call the generals in camera, and you are now talking about testicles. They will tell you something about even the teeth. They will tell you many things. And some of these things is because when you go, the training of the Kenya Defense Forces is so vigorous that you don't risk to take somebody who will die in the course of the training. So don't compare it with how the police are trained. Don't compare it with how the Kenya prisoners are trained. But I am sure the information, the reasons why many, including my sister, Mheshimiwa Mary Emase. And please, going forward, if it was in camera, Mr. Speaker, I will even tell you more. But now that it's in public, I don't want to say.
Isula, what's your point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. You know, the issue raised by Honorable Emase is something that is out there in the public. Many Kenyans complaining about. Sometimes they think those are flimsy reasons why they are not taken. And I could understand maybe someone has squinted eyes because of shooting and, you know, flat foot, maybe because of running. I'm really wondering why, if what work testicles would really have to do with joining the disciplined forces. So I don't think we should belabor, but you don't take it lightly that there are Kenyans who are raising concerns on the reasons why they are not taken to disciplined forces.
Point of order.
Yes,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. With tremendous respect to Honorable Duale. And let the Army hear this. It's very important. We know the historical background of the set pieces that were given in Army recruitment, including teeth. It is there to bite bullets at a certain point in time in history. Today, they do not bite bullets. That's why you hear that saying, you will have to bite the bullet, because the Indians were refusing to do it. So you had to have teeth so that you could bite the bullet. We required tall people so that they would see enemies from a distance. Today you don't have to do that. Because if that was the case, the Chinese and the Japanese would have a challenge. Eventually, such things became disqualified. I think the whole code needs to be revised so that we do not have human rights abuses. But they are not even abuses. They are excuses that the Army is using so that it is able to bar some Kenyans from joining the forces, and as we are saying, so that other people can actually get the slots. So surely the Army must open up on this.
Point.
Thank you.
Let's not escalate this. Okay. For avoidance of doubt, Honorable Duale, I also have a child who was sent away for exactly the same reasons as Mary Masses.
Your Excellency, I think just to give the way forward.
Not my child, but not my son, but a child in my neighborhood.
Your Excellency, yes. Speaker, you have, because of...
And you remember I told you about it.
Yes, I think the leaders are raising very good value.
Yes, Dawood, what is it?
You know, we have talked about men only, but even women are discriminated against. When they do a test, pregnancy test, they do not have anything. But once they go
there, I don't know where it comes from, they have a pregnancy. And it's not true.
Anyway, let the nominee answer the question and we move to something else.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think because the leaders are raising very important and they don't have the information, Mr. Speaker, under your direction, we have a very robust, good leader, head of the military health department called Major General Nganga, through the chair of defense. I think you can call him to Akamkunji and he lists the conditions which disqualifies. I think because what these are raising is public knowledge. Even I think they should even go to the media and they should sensitize the public. And I think is something we have discussed.
Focus on your environment.
So, no, let me go to. I'm no longer there, so
yes.
Yes. Next minister will deal with it if approved. Yes. Speaker, Honorable Dawood talked about waste management. Waste management is a serious issue in our country. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? The law is there, the regulations are there, county governments are not enforcing. Waste management in the first place, Mr. Speaker, is a devolved function. All that as we do is to support in terms of regulatory powers. But waste management will be something, if I'm approved, that I will take it seriously. From our homes, to the trucks that carry, to the dam sites, the Dandora dam site, the one in Kachok, I think called in Kisumu, the whole environment is polluted, the air is polluted, the water is polluted. The law says you must color the bags, you must differentiate from the homes. Our homes have a responsibility. There must be designated bins in all our public places. So, Speaker, one of the things that I want to introduce, if you approve me, is that even public transport must have a bin in the buses. You know, public places like even the parliament must have those two different in the malls. There must be different bins, the one for the organic wet, the one for the dry. But public waste management, which is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker, is an area that I think we need to deal with.
A nightmare.
A nightmare. Number two, I think the Shamba system, the community forest association are working very well. Some are abusing the law. We have now put in place what we call the Community Forest Association Management Plan, where they will help us which part of the forest with a proper plan they can graze, and which part of the forest they will help us and protect, and we will use.
Are you aware that your predecessor announced that there will be a Shamba system, and shortly thereafter she said it will not?
That I think, I don't want to indict.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Yes.
But Shamba system or grazing or farming in forest by communities around under the Community Forest Association, which is in law, is about management, is about coexistence. We cannot regenerate, we cannot reforest, we cannot protect our forest if we leave the communities. Forest Service. Karura Forest, the way you see it, the way it's managed, is run by Community Forest Association, and they're doing a very good work. Noise pollution.
Do you consider allowing that kind of engagement in plantation forests and not natural forests?
Yes, because we have got 150,000 hectares of plantation forest, which now we have put proper transparency and integrity measures and tendering system, unlike the old system where there was allocation by the big people in government. I think I totally agree with you. Community Forest Association, community living around must be given an opportunity, particularly where even a plantation has been removed, for them
as we plant, for them to plant, and for them to farm. In fact, farming can be well done under the plantation, Mr. Speaker. Coming to noise pollution, Mr. Speaker, is another serious thing. But again, it's a devolved function. It's a county function. They have no capacity. All they do is they give license to bus, they give license to clubs, and they don't choose which neighborhood. There are people who have got sick people in their homes. There are people who have children who are doing homework. There are people who want to sleep early. But today you'll find bars and clubs in the residential area. Mr. Speaker, we will not leave that to county governments. We will enforce it. NEMA will enforce it. We will not allow noise pollution to take place in residential areas. The whole zoning, the whole land use system, even the land use system that the county government, has violated, must be brought back. So noise pollution is key, and we are going to deal with it, but it's a devolved function. I think, Honorable Mayor, I must say I have discussed about the waste management. Let's go to Gikaria. Waste management I've done. Reforestation, we're doing very well with the 15 billion tree planting program that we have. Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. I've really taken note, being a chair of the Environment and Forestry Committee, the departmental committee, just for purposes of future reference on what the nominee is saying. But, Honourable Chair, I have two issues. One is about the 15 billion trees, a very ambitious program. But the scientists and a few of the experts are also arguing in terms of forest fires. Assuming we have the 15 billion trees, and only half of that, God forbid, catches fire. So what are the plans that the nominee will take into consideration when he will be, if nominated? What plans do you have to address forest fires? Secondly, and I don't want to belabor on the pollution that has been spoken about, Honourable Chair, most of our schools and other institutions from the colonial times have been using asbestos for purposes of roofing. And asbestos over the time have been a cause of cancer and environmental pollution. Maybe what plans are there for the nominee to address the use of asbestos that are in our schools, health institutions, and so many other places? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thanks, Speaker. Mine to begin with is, Speaker, I was looking at the resume or the CV of the nominee, and the CV has given a lot of hope to many Kenyans, professionals, that it's not only that you must come from Nairobi University that you can be nominated as a minister.
Which one is Nairobi University?
Almost every nominee, Honourable Speaker.
It's called the University of Nairobi. It's not Nairobi University.
Honourable Speaker, I thank you and I respect. I'll go your direction, but I will call it Nairobi University or University of Nairobi. But almost every nominee, Honourable Speaker, and I think this is good for record, for future, that people who have been to other universities, Moi University, Kenyatta University, all the people, Honourable Speaker, that I have seen, is only Nairobi University, Nairobi, almost everybody. Until when I was saying...
Kindiki came from Moi University.
It's only one. It's actually a rare species. With this one, there are only two. Everybody else, Honourable Speaker, and I think it's good for record, that other universities, graduates from other universities, are qualified to become also nominees of ministers and even ahead of it should not be Nairobi University. What about Kenyatta University? What about Moi University? And so on and so forth. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I will use the questions asked by other members to judge the suitability of the candidate. I thank you, Speaker.
Mine is very brief. Honourable...
Ask you any questions or don't answer?
Honorable Duale is telling us to plant trees, but yet Kenya Power on the other side is busy felling trees. there's a trend in this country that Kenya Power has decided that it is actually going to bring down trees. Nairobi is awash with very hoary situation of trees that have been felled by Kenya Power very recklessly. Some very old indigenous trees. Honorable Duale, what will you do so that this cross purpose by government is immediately stopped? Number two is the Mau forest. The Mau ecosystem has become a problem. Successive governments have not been able to deal with the situation. There's a lot of the human activity, and it is because of settlement of people living around Mau forest. What will you do to make sure that the people who've been moved out of Mau forest are resettled?
Yes, go ahead, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the asbestos. Mr. Speaker, asbestos is a serious matter. Asbestos produces something called fiber that leads to lung cancer. And Mr. Speaker, we have mapped out, the ministry has mapped out, NEMA has mapped out 4 ministries who their institutions still have asbestos since independence. The Ministry of Defense, if you go to our barracks in Lanet and everywhere, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Education, many schools, and Ministry of Lands and Housing.
And the churches.
And health. I'm just first talking for government. Yes. So Speaker, we have given, and health, we have given government entities until if you approve me, December 2024, they must remove. And NEMA has put in place a program on how to dispose those asbestos. We expect county governments to give us land, field. Secondly, and more important, Mr. Speaker, now that we come to churches and other now individual private citizens, within the next 3 months, if this committee approves me, we will also do an audit and map the whole country where asbestos roof is still in place. It's a dangerous thing, it's a threat to our health, and it is a cause of lung cancer, Mr. Speaker. I think on the 15 billion, Honorable Gikaria, it is not overambitious. We have to do it, and that's why the people of Kenya, in their own wisdom, have preserved environment in the preamble of the Constitution, in articles of the Constitution, whether we like it or not, in our own homes, in our farms, in the roads. Each and every citizen must take a responsibility of planting and trees and be part and parcel of this regeneration, reforestation, tree planting, increasing our tree cover, increasing our forest cover, and be at par with our neighbor Ethiopia. Honorable Koech, I agree with you. They cut my trees. And when I went home, Mr. Speaker, I asked, but the lines were just too thin. They should have cut only a branch. Yes. But Mr. Speaker, I think we are lacking, and we are going to introduce, if you allow me, if you approve me, I want to introduce something called urban forestry planning and urban green spaces. As we sit here, there's no even stakeholder. This Ministry of Forestry and KPLC and the people who are in the road agencies and others, there is nothing called urban forestry planning. We must plan for our green spaces in urban cities. We must plan for our trees in urban cities. Every citizen plants trees they buy from, they have seen on the road. And then an entity called Kenya Power Lighting cannot. Speaker, I will introduce what is happening in India. In India, you can't cut a tree, even in your own homestead, before you plant another one. You need to go and get a permit. You say, I am going to cut a tree in my house, but I'm going to replace, and I have planted it, and you show evidence. Secondly, even if you have half an acre in India, you must tell the planners, the county, that 20% of my compound is for tree planting, is for forest.
Nominee.
And yes, so I think those are the...
We were with you in this parliament when we passed the Forest Act. And among the salient features was that each and every owner of land in Kenya, both private and public, must plant a minimum of 10% of that land with trees. You remember?
Yes.
How are you going to enforce that?
Give me the job, Mrs. Speaker. Give me the job. I will implement. It's the law. I'm not reinventing the wheel.
It's not unique to India.
Yeah.
We have it in our statutes.
Yeah. India, in fact, Mr. Speaker, is 30%, but we start with 10%.
Ours was 10%.
Yes, but Honorable Quech, I want to categorically tell you that if this House approves me, the first meeting that we're going to have with the KPLC, with the road agencies, with the other people who provide social amenity facilities, that they cannot come and cut trees, anyhowly, without due regard to the law. No, on Mau Forest, Mr. Speaker, Mau Forest, you know the history of Mau Forest. It has consumed people politically. And I don't want, because I will not be, I'm not in politics, but it has consumed many people. But I want to urge my colleague, and I'll sit with the communities around that place, because even today the biggest problem we have is Mau Forest, where a lot of illegal grazing is taking place, and that illegal grazing is taking place by very powerful people who are in position. It's not the ordinary citizens. But still, we will use the Community Forest Association provided in law on how we manage Mau. We have fenced a greater part of Mau, and we will fence, once we get resources, the other part. Fencing is the way to go to conserve our forest, Mr. Speaker and members.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. So, listening and having interacted with Honorable Duale in the National Assembly as our majority leader then, it will be important to know your position or what you think about public servants engaging in politics, whether actively, in what you say, in what you do. What is your thought on that, including public servants participating in harambees? I would like to know what your position is on that is, so that we know whether there is, if someone wants to be a public servant, then you be a public servant. If you want to be a politician, you go back to politics. And I want to put it to you on the same breath, and even to Kenyans who are watching, that the beauty of vetting is not only to find the nominees to be suitable, but also to hold you to account in case we find you suitable and other nominees as a country and as a parliament. And just on that, because you have said you have warned illegal forests, land encroachers, you will revoke titles on top state officials who are holding. It's actually now on 411. You can be sure Kenyans will hold you to account, because you know there's something that always follows you on that Al-Shabaab list to date. So just know that even this will follow you. I'm just saying that this will also follow you if we find you suitable. But on matters environment, very quickly, while sustainable logging may be healthy for forests, how will you ensure the ban on protected indigenous trees is enforced and that close monitoring is allowed during logging? Because the Kenya Forest Service only devised a plan for access, control, monitoring, and reporting actual harvesting. However, there is no established framework and procedure to monitor, verify, and audit millers' compliance with licenses and permits to avoid double allocation. How will you ensure that we don't log our indigenous trees? And finally, the staffing at KFS is not adequate. How will you ensure that you put mechanisms for using aerial, GPS, guided harvesting technologies to monitor forest resources and logging activities? Thank you.
Nominee.
Mr. Speaker, public servants, me included if I'm approved by this House, I
I'll take whatever it takes to promote, to expound, to communicate government agenda, government achievements to the people of Kenya, whether I'm in Samburu with Honorable Lesuda. So I serve the government of the day, and I'll speak for the government of the day. And I think that is what public servants should do. Public servants should not get involved in the local politics, in the county politics. They're supposed to be unifying factors. In fact, to the contrary, it's supposed to bring people together. For people to buy government agenda and for you to succeed in implementing government policies and achievements and programs, you need leaders across the political divide, and more so those who are elected and those who are the community leadership. The 411, the one on Al-Shabaab was fake news. But this one, please hold me accountable. I am one person who believes in accountability, Mr. Speaker. In the last 2 years, you and the clerk and the chairs of various committees will agree, I have been diligent when I'm called upon to Parliament, either to its committee, to the plenary, and the only time I refused to pick telephones, God forbid, was when during the recruitment. And that one I've given good reason. But I talk to members. And I am one person who respects the legislature, I respect the judiciary, and I respect people in public service. So I am ready. And please protect me when I cancel title deeds, when I do actions that is in the interests of the people of Kenya and the citizens and the country. Mr. Speaker, as our leader, please, if people want to bring impeachment to fight me, you must help me and protect me, if that is the case. The Harambee, Mr. Speaker, I'm a person who believes in Harambee. I think I have built more mosques and madrasas, and charity is a cardinal principle in my religion. Every year, in fact, this month is the month of Zakah in the Islamic calendar. This month I'm paying from what I have, and Honorable Junaid will agree with me. So Zakah can be Harambee. You'll see in my form that I have presented the number of madrasa of women in Garissa. Close to 5,000 women are in Islamic madrasa, courtesy of the charity I did through Harambee. I am sure there is a bill the leader of majority is going to bring. Those of us who believe in the Almighty God, that whatever He gives you, you must share. I really want to urge you, when that bill comes, let's regulate it. There are people who abuse it. Recipients abuse it, others abuse it. They use the money stolen, corruption, for Harambee, for other things. But let us, particularly, let us regulate that you can help the poor person who could not pay school fees in Samburu, in Garissa, in Eldoret, that you can finance through your own resources that God has given you, the good medical care clinic that Honorable Deputy Speaker did to many people. So I don't think whether we can close Harambee, but it's good we regulate it. And I think most of us who sit here every weekend and in our life as leaders, we have, God has blessed us because of that. I think logging. I think logging plantation, I said 150,000 hectares are made of plantation in our forest. There used to be the culture, Mr. Speaker, when you were minister, you remember, it used to be, what do you call it, allocation. Tied with corruption. Who is who? The really sawmillers were not getting it. The really people in the timber industry were not getting it. Mr. Speaker, that has stopped. Now, we have a segment for the local sawmillers within that forest, I think up to about 40%.
Then we have another 60%. Then we have 40% for the other national sawmillers. But all this must be done through a proper, transparent procurement system, which is on our website, the website of Kenya Forest Service, and each and every Kenyan will be given, Mr. Speaker. Corruption will not be there when it comes to logging. And then last, I think, is technology. Honorable Suda, if you want us, of course, we want to increase our staff. We want to even use technology. We want to use a drone to plant trees. We go to a forest, we see the degraded area, we use a drone that can do 2 million seeds in 1 hour. That technology is what we want to monitor our forest, to help our forest adjutants, to help our forest rangers, technology. But all this needs resources, and as a member of the Budget Committee, when Honorable Chair of Environment, Honorable Gikaria come, please support us.
Honorable Duale, if you are approved to be suitable to take this position, I want to urge you, take a helicopter and fly around all public forests and see the level of destruction going on. You will see what looks like a forest by the roadside. A kilometer inside, there's no forest.
Supervised by KFS.
Charcoal poachers, illegal grazers, illegal loggers. It is bad business. We encourage you, in the event you find favor with this committee, and be appointed the Minister for Environment. Environmental degradation has been classified as an existential threat to not only Kenya, but the rest of humanity. At least go down in history as a man who saved Kenya. Go to schools, teach children how to plant trees and live with trees. If a child goes to standard 1 and is given 2 trees to adopt, by the time they leave standard 4, 5, the tree is mature. Leta maji kidogo, mwagilia asubuhi. When you come to school, you check if your tree is safe. Very simple things. Because you talked of forest cover and tree cover. So the two will help us aggregate forests, enforce the Forest Act. If you go around the country and we want you to tell Kenyans what you are going to do, all our wetlands are being drained by farmers. There are small swamps that aggregate to a lot of wetlands in this country. They are all being subdivided, fenced, and drained away. What are you going to do about this? Because you have the law backing you to gazette all these as public assets. And if the owners compensate them, but protect them so that we can have a better environment. In the case you find favor of this committee, what are you going to do to protect the environment and the forests of Kenya?
Mr. Speaker, as you said, we have 11,000 wetlands. And the legal regime and the necessary laws are in place. I want to commit to you that we will protect, if this committee approves me, we will protect our wetlands. Secondly, even the 150 billion trees that we are to plant, the best place to plant is in our wetlands. Because in the wetlands, we don't need water. In the wetlands, we don't wait for the rains to plant. So even the 150 billion, we will start with our 11,000 wetlands found in all our 47 counties. But I agree with you, the forest that we see inside is a hollow. illegal grazing. There's corruption also between these illegal people doing either grazing or logging with our officers. We will take whatever it takes that there is accountability even within the over 6,000 forest rangers who have been mandated, who are paid by the taxpayers to protect our forest and our wetlands.
There is a citizen who has sent me a message to ask you that on Mount Kenya, Mount Elgon, Mount Longonot, there are climbers who do that activity regularly, carrying food, drinks, and all manner of things. He's asking whether, if you are approved to be the minister, you will provide facilities on those climbing paths of toilets and bins for depositing litter. Because they say those climbers have got no toilet facilities, and you know what that means. And is that water that percolates down for human use? There's nowhere to throw litter, so there's litter everywhere. And this, I think, this Kenyan must be an environmentalist. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, even their facilities.
Owen Bayer wants to add to that.
I have received something here that probably interest you. I'll ask Honorable Duale in regard to camels from northeastern region contributing to land degradation by wandering all over Taita Taveta throughout the year, contributing to hunger and poverty.
Quick one, Speaker, the last one. If you, I'm told if you can ask Honorable Duale regarding any plans to stop pharmaceutical companies and other companies who are dumping waste in the sea in Mombasa. Recently, needles were found during the cyclone that was going on there.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you. There is also a gentleman from Kitui County called Mr. Paul Mutua, who says that there is concerns of insecurity in Mwingi and Kitui along the Kitui-Tana River border of an invasion of armed nomadic herders with camels in the area. Can Honorable Duale deny or acknowledge he has more than 100 camels in that area, and that is also causing insecurity?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, maybe if you allow me, can I ask a hypothetical question?
No, just answer them one by one.
No,
Start with
just
the climbers.
Before that,
okay.
If you allow me, I want to ask a hypothetical question. In the Parliamentary Appointment Act, the public have a timeline of 7 days to submit all their concerns. Is it...
Honorable Duale,
yes,
the public have 7 days to submit a memorandum that on oath that is either exposing something against you, something adverse on you, but when members are here and a member of the public sends a question, that's a legitimate addition to what we are doing.
Mr. Speaker, fine. I cannot talk for camel herders.
Yes.
Camel herders in Kitui County. I am a camel owner, and you'll see it in my list of assets.
Yes.
And my camels are in between Isiolo and Garissa County. But there's a historical notion by the leadership of Kitui, Machakos, that the problem of insecurity and camels in Kitui is not something that started today. It is their cherry pick. It's every time they speak, they do that. So I can only speak for my camels. They're in Garissa.
Talk about your camels.
And next time, Mr. Speaker, when you have time, they're doing very well, so I'll take you there. You have a history with Balambala.
Yes.
So you go see your client.
Correct.
And see my camels. Secondly, the same with Taveta. I have no camels in Taveta, so, and I don't know which camels are in Taveta.
That raises the matter.
That raises the matter. On pharmaceutical...
Let him answer Let him finish with...
On the pharmaceutical, yes, I agree. NEMA has a very strong enforcement...
Hold on, Duale. What's the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, why is it that all camels that are traversing the country, people think belong to Honorable Duale? And there are many camel owners like us.
Simply because he carries the tag as a senior leader from the region. So people associate everything from the region with the leader.
And the Speaker, I am ready now and in the future to carry the tag of the community. That's why, as you said, I am their leader. And I have no apologies to
answer what Naisula asked you.
Naisula asked me about, and I agree. I think we need to protect the environment, more so the sea. There was even one time some people wanted to dispose of condemned sugar into the sea, and we refused. NEMA has a very strong enforcement policy. The other stakeholders who protect our marine at the coast are also on top of everything, and we will make sure. But Honorable Isuda, maybe if you have the details, you'll help us. That particular company, we will deny the licenses straight away. Yeah.
The climbers?
Mr. Speaker, the camels are many. The climbers, Mr. Speaker, even at the bottom of most of these mountains, particularly Abadeas, and their facilities. Only that they have been left to waste. So we need first to have the facilities, the lodges. It can be a very good tourism attraction. And then on top, as they climb.
Yeah, Honorable Duale, I think I've climbed Kilimanjaro, so I know what happens.
Yes.
At every stop where people eat, there should be a bio toilet that can be, the waste can be disposed.
Yes.
There should be the containers for people to throw the paper, if they're carrying any bottles and so on, but also bandas so that they can sleep at intervals. Because I know that if that doesn't happen, then what happens is the waste ends up being left and you get volunteers who actually go and pick it up. So it's actually a way of protecting the climbing route. But Mount Kenya is better. Kilimanjaro is a crisis.
I'll find out. And in fact, there are 10 of my good friends who have left today for Kilimanjaro for 10 days. But I think it's a very good idea. We will make sure that we implement it. It will help us in increasing the numbers of the people who will climb.
And also the climbers to be hired in the Kenya Forest Service and the wildlife.
For guidance.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, there's a clarification I would require from the nominee. Because when I asked the question, I said I've read the question from someone called Paul Mutua from Kitui. In his response, he has said that, and this is on record, he said leaders from Machakos and Kitui. Now, this is not a leader, this is just a person who sent me the message. I can even share with him. So I would like a clarification. When he says leaders from Machakos and Kitui are basically picking on him, it's important because I'm a leader from Machakos and I'm just reading a question.
Point of order. Because I've hold the Quran.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
That will be an interjection between now leaders of Garissa and leaders of Kitui. They have nothing to do with this, Honorable Speaker.
No, I think if you allow me, he has asked a very good question. He has asked a very good question, but I want to give evidence. Speak on a number of times, and one of the time was when my good friend, the Wiper leader, lost his mother. I think, his father, one of his parents. And I went with the President Uhuru Kenyatta. And starting with the leader of Wiper, all the way to all the leaders from that region, one after the other, and I can provide the clip. They have mentioned me that I am the cause of the conflict. And in my presence, and in fact in the morning when I was leaving, I told President Uhuru Kenyatta that will happen, and he says, let's go. And they were telling him, but he never replied. I have other times when leaders from that region had a dispute. Garissa doesn't have a border with Mwingi or Kitui. We have a river border, but the real border is between Tana River and Kitui. So it is something which is in the public domain. It is the leaders, the senator for Kitui, the leadership.
Let's not go that route.
But that's it.
Let's not go that route.
I'll find another avenue to deal with that matter, not at the vetting.
all public people have at one time or another been others punching bags, and we live with it. So it should not, it's part of the occupational hazard. Honorable Dwale will end with you by asking you, yes, by asking
Speaker,
you.
I take. That's out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
And even mentioning my party leader by the nominee is also unfair. Because that was never the issue. I just showed a message from a person, and I said I'm willing to show the message to the candidate.
Honorable Kalonzo is not an issue here.
Yes.
So
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew. I have a lot of respect for Honorable Kalonzo.
Thank you.
I have a lot of respect for Honorable Mbui. He was my schoolmate. I have nothing personal. I am sorry I have withdrawn.
Thank you. Honorable Dwale, now answer the following short questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
Never in my life, Mr. Speaker.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, but
Kenya?
I'm a member of a political party. No leadership. Member, I'm allowed,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. I read the law.
State your net worth.
My net worth, Mr. Speaker, is, as of today, 980 million.
980 million?
Yes.
Comprising?
I have provided comprises of, I have pieces of lands, both in Garissa and Nairobi, my house in Nairobi, my house in Garissa, my cattle ranch in Garissa, my rental property in Nairobi and Garissa, my shares in family-owned business, my camels and cattle, and motor vehicles. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, I got good revenue from the book sales of my autobiography, which is one of the best selling book, the #1 best-selling book as of today.
How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
851.
851.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
The nominee recently launched his book, and he says that it has good some returns. I mean, there are thousands of books that have been launched in this country. I want to know how yours performed so well.
You can ask him on the side.
I think you need to read. If you read my book, you'll see it's the best.
That is not a fair question. Leave it there.
Mr. Speaker, and it is from a research done by bookshop sellers, textbook center.
I bought 20 copies and distributed
Mr.
to my
Speaker.
schools.
And I have now done my 4th publication.
Honorable Dwale, we had received 71 memorandum on you, some supporting, some opposing, and we are satisfied that you answered all of them when we forwarded them to you. We've also checked your documents against what we have. They are correct. Yes?
Chair, maybe just as the nominee concludes, because this matter of wealth declaration has become a matter of public interest now, especially to our brothers and sisters in the room. The movement from your last declared net worth to your declared net worth now, can you explain
the growth?
The growth.
How much is it?
Almost 130 or so.
The Speaker, Honorable Ichungwa, is an accountant. And there is, both for land investment and real estate property, usually the appreciation increases between 12 to 15%. So if you calculate 851 by 12% or 15%, that growth that amount will come to it. Yeah. It's about 140 million.
Thank you, Honorable.
And Mr. Speaker, also, we had got very good rains, so my livestock grew in number.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Dwale, we are done with you. Unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are released to go to your other daily
Thank you, Mr.
routine
Speaker.
work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the time you have given me and your members. I wish you all the best.
Take back your documents. Bring in the next, do you want a break? Bring in the next.
5 minutes.
Don't go for lunch. You'll go for lunch after the 3rd. Only 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Robert.